Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to one and all present here. So let's begin our today's session, National Conference on Quality Enhancement of Institutions of Higher Learning, Transformational Role of NEP 2022. Today's first session is on liberal arts education for quality enhancement. Our chief speaker is Dr. Vijila Edwin Kennedy, Principal of Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. I invite Dr. Jijo to deliver the welcome speech and introduce the honorable speaker of the session. Dr. Jijo, please.
Respected Principal, Dr. Chakojo P. The speaker of today's first technical session, Dr. Vijila Edwin Kennedy, Principal, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, IQC Coordinator of St. Aloysius College, Elthurith, Dr. Libison KB, participants of NAAC-sponsored today virtual national conference. A warm good morning, and first of all, thank you for joining us today for the second day of the National Conference on Quality Enhancement of Institutions of Higher Learning, Transformational Role of NEP 2020, organized by IQSC Cell of St. Aloysius College, Elthurith. Today's first technical session will be on the topic Liberal Arts Education for Quality Enhancement. In today's ever-evolving world, liberal arts education can be a game changer, as it prepares learners to solve problems, think critically, collaborate, think outside the box, and come up with original solutions. Many world-renowned business personalities already recognize the vital role of liberal arts education as far as a company is concerned. Steve Jobs, after the launch of the iPod, gave an ultimate lesson to companies. While mentioning Apple's DNA, he said, "Technology alone is not enough. It is technology married with the liberal arts, married with the humanities, that yields the results that makes our hearts sing." Our speaker of today's first technical session, Dr. Vijila Edwin Kennedy, is with us to talk and share her thoughts and views on the topic Liberal Arts Education for Quality Enhancement. She is one of the most esteemed personalities in the field of liberal arts. I take this opportunity to introduce her before you. Dr. Vijila Edwin is a distinguished academician and an able administrator who currently holds the position of the principal of Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science. Being the founding principal, she brings a blend of scholarship, professionalism, administrative competence, and integrity. She has a proven track record of being a visionary and an excellent administrator, which has made her to excel in institution building. Her leadership and academic excellence enabled her to win several awards. For her excellent and meaningful engagement with academia, she was awarded the Fulbright Scholarship in 2017. She is also the recipient of UK India Education Research Initiative Scholarship in 2013 for faculty mobility. As an acknowledgement of her outstanding contribution to education and youth, she was invited to Helsinki, Finland by Eurobricks Youth Forum in 2015. She was also invited to present a paper in the ABBS conference in Moscow. She has also won several awards for her leadership and academic excellence. Dr. Radhakrishnan Award for Excellence in 2017, awards for publications in 2013, 2014, and the Best Teachers Award in the years 2008, 2009, and 2010. As a person of leadership abilities and trustworthiness, Dr. Vigila works towards transforming higher education and achieving new heights both for the institution and for personal career. Her commitment, integrity, focus, confidence, and openness has inspired many students and academic fraternity. There is a list of things to point out as her achievement is in the field of education is endless. Dear Dr. Vigila Edwin Kennedy, we are very much fortunate and delighted to have you here as the speaker of today's first technical section. I am very much grateful to you for taking time off your busy schedule to attend and deliver a talk on this two-day virtual national conference. And I am sure we all have many things to learn from your talk. On behalf of everyone gathered here, also on behalf of IQAC of St. Aloysius College, may I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Vigila Edwin Kennedy to this conference. And I also welcome all the participants to the sessions, and may you all have a nice time. Now I invite Dr. Vigila Edwin Kennedy to talk to us on liberal arts education. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Jijo, for the kind words and introduction. And I thank the entire management of Aloysius College and the principal and the IQAC coordinator for giving me this opportunity to talk something about liberal arts education. So let me share the screen with you. Dr. Jijo, I hope it's visible and I'm audible.
Yeah, it's visible, it's perfect.
All right. Thank you. It's very interesting to talk about liberal arts education and to see how we should build this ecosystem. It is not just because maybe the new education policy is saying, but looking at a larger things of what is happening around and how do we solve problems. I think education is basically about how do we enhance the competencies of the younger generation so that we can solve problems of the world. That's the primary purpose of education, so that we transform the youth and transform the world. You know, if you had seen yesterday's paper, we saw in China a lot of unrest happening because of COVID. Now, today, if we were to resolve that problem, I don't think one particular knowledge about one particular area we will be able to solve the problem, because the problem there includes policies, it includes behavior, it includes psychology, it includes economics, it includes education, it includes so many sociology, it includes it includes many aspects together to resolve a problem. So probably a student who has finished his BBA or an MBA or an MCOM or a physics student may not be able to solve that particular problem or may not be able to give advice on a problem like that. So liberal arts education is to see how do we actually solve real life problems which are much more complex, which are difficult, and which are intertwined with many aspects in real life. In Delhi, we saw huge amount of fogs in the past few weeks. Now, how do we resolve it? Because the problem is caused because of many things. There is a behavioral issue. There is the economic issue because there was the burning of the fields which were there in Haryana, in Punjab, and other states. So there is the economics, there is agriculture, there is people behavior, there is policy, there is politics involved in it. So all these are involved. So in real life, I just want to say problems are very complex and it is not easy to resolve. And knowledge or experience or exposure in one domain may not be the way in which we approach a problem. Or if you are going to educate students, giving them a very, very small siloed thought process will not make them into individuals who are problem solvers. So that's basically looking at liberal arts education as such. And today being the topic of liberal arts education and quality enhancement, let me take you through how we will go through the next 45 minutes, which are given to me. So we will talk about what is liberal arts, the context of liberal arts, why liberal arts, why should we, give this holistic view about this education, and how do we embed liberal arts education into our educational systems, colleges, universities, etc. And also, how do we enhance the quality of education? So this is going to be the overview of what we are going to see today. And even as I start, I would encourage the participants to put the questions on the chat, or if you have questions, please do ask, because there's going to be conversations will make it interesting rather than a one-way street. So I would really encourage you to put your questions in the chat or ask them in the end. So let's see what is liberal arts, because this word has been talked about in our new education policy, and there's a lot of conversation was built around that in 2020. I work in a college, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, which was started in 2018. The NEP was not there then, but I think the management and the institution has had a foresight to look into how we should build the space. And whatever small experience we had, I'll be very glad to share it with you in the Q&A session if we are talking about any experiences. So talking about liberal arts itself, what is liberal arts? Now, this goes back to ancient Greek times, where they had two kinds of men. One were the slaves, the other men were the free men. So the slaves were the people who did the physical work. As you see in that particular picture there, they were the people who were doing the farming, or they were doing the many other physical work that was required for a particular province, particular state, or for a master. And the free men were the intellectual men who were decision makers. So these were the people who were sitting in the city gates. They were sitting in the houses where decisions were made for the province, and they were called as the freemen. Now, if you look at the Latin word, as it is given on the left-hand side of the slide, it is liberalis is the word that is given in the Greek word. So which is the origin of the word liberal in the liberal arts education. So today we are talking about, if you're talking about liberal arts and liberal education, it means we are developing, we are building free men who can make intellectual decisions, who can think intellectually and make decisions. And we are looking at individuals and students whose minds are open and who are able to think differently, to make sure in whatever place they are in, whether it's workplace, whether it's a community, they're able to make it. So this is the origin of the word liberal, that they are the decision, the free men, the men who will make decisions. Now, who were the free men and who were the men? Who were the free men and what did they learn? How did they keep themselves intellectually sharp so that they could make the right decisions? So in the liberal arts, in the ancient liberal arts, there were there were 7 areas in which every individual had to study or they had to equip themselves. So we have basically there are 3 things in what we call as the trivium, and there is a quadrivium. In quadrivium, people, the learned people, the decision maker, the free men of a province were equipped in 7 of these disciplines or domains. So arithmetic, geometry, music, astronomy is what was called as the quadrivium. And then there was the trivium, which is the logic, rhetoric, and grammar. So this is any person who had to be a decision maker in the province had to have a good understanding of these domains. And I'll tell you as to why do we have music? Why do we have arithmetic or astronomy in this? I will tell you the logic of why these people had to be equipped in these areas. So if you look at it, first they started with the trivium. So grammar means it's basically the knowledge of whatever a person had to make decision about. It could be about the laws of the province, it could be about the people behavior, it could be certain decisions that they had to make. So it is the knowledge, which is facts, data, etc. Then there is a logic. Logic is logically trying to interpret the information. If there is a fact, if there is a data, how do I understand it and how do I interpret the data was the logic part of it. The third one was the rhetoric. Rhetoric means how do I actually communicate what I know? How do I build this information and tell to others? What is the wisdom that I have in this? So this is the trivium part of it. So every freeman had to be trained or had to be equipped in these 3 areas. Then they added actually the 4th part, the 4 others, the quadrivium, which includes mathematics, which is numbers, and geometry. Music is numbers and time. We have the beats. So how do actually people understand numbers in time? Geometry is numbers in space, and astronomy, numbers in space and time. And this any person who is supposed to be a thought leader, a thinker, had to have broad understanding of many of these things. And if you look at many of our very ancient philosophers, they were very, very multi-diverse in their views and in their competencies. They could do many things together and give their thoughts. And if we look at people like Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, these were people who were big proponents of liberal arts education, saying don't silo or don't keep the knowledge of a person to a very small, narrow area, but multi-diverse knowledge, experience, exposure is very important. Today, as adults, we know that if you have to solve one problem, there are 10 other things which are there. Maybe as a teacher, if you have to solve one problem in the class, maybe students are not attending the classes, or maybe they are not attentive. There are multiple factors which are involved in this. It could be the curriculum, it could be the way in which we teach, it could be the student behavior, it could be parents, it could be how they commute and come, so many things. So every problem, it's like a noodles. You take one string out and everything is connected. And these people said, this is how we need to educate students to understand, make them understand that problems cannot be solved in silos, or knowledge cannot be in a silo, especially today, because every piece of knowledge is connected with certain other domains, maybe completely not connected with the particular domain of what they're saying. So these ancient philosophers were big proponents of liberal arts education. And today we see that many of them are engaged, or today many philosophers as such are have a worldview and multiple competencies and multiple understanding of things which are around them. So how do we actually put liberal arts education in today's context? So in today's context, if you look at it, people generally say, you know what, we need to study a bunch of subjects. It could be from anthropology to social science to economics and political science, etc. Yesterday we had our graduation day, and the chief guest who was here who said, you know what, as a liberal arts college, we are a part of a liberal arts college, as I said, you have to start anthropology, and we don't have people who have understanding of anthropology. Anthropologists are working in the Googles and the metaverse of the world. So that's how we look at the subjects. So generally we say, yeah, it's a bunch of mixture of many subjects. You put a whole lot of things together, and students learn multiple subjects and do it. If we slightly, filter this and put it in a little more boxed way, I will say that basically liberal arts education today includes humanities, social sciences, and natural sciences. And we have another bunch of mathematics. Mathematics is so important. Today, students join a liberal arts college thinking that, oh, I don't need to do math. I don't need to do numbers. Remember, arithmetic is one of the fundamentals of liberal arts education. Today, if we want to be analytical, if we want to be critical thinkers, numbers and understanding numbers is very important. So this is how we sort of bunch the liberal arts education as such. So what we're actually doing some of these things, let me take you a little further. If you look at that humanities, the first one is art. So what do we learn in art? I'm extrapolating this further. It could be different kinds of art, as you see there. We have visual BSc visual communication, and in the visual art we teach all that is which is written there for the students to learn, and the faculty are engaged in teaching that. So, but art also includes multiple things, and bringing different multiple things together becomes that one small piece of art. Then there is all the other things of music, theater, which is all, many things can be performing arts, as you say, or literary art, etc. So this is how we see liberal arts, basically humanities, social science, natural science, and if we say mathematics is part of natural science, I wouldn't know that, but mathematics is key. Now, today we are also talking about, don't just confine this, though liberal arts is this, don't just confine to this, but go one step further to move the STEM into STEAM. As liberal arts students or faculty, today we cannot keep away from technology, science and technology. If a social problem has to be solved, if there is no electricity in a particular place, or if there is an industry problem, or if there is a social problem, there is always technology involved. Today, we cannot divorce ourselves from technology, saying, hey, I'm a liberal arts, I don't need technology. Technology knowledge is so important. So even today, even if it is liberal arts, many liberal arts how we technology is important. We should never divorce mathematics or technology, because in life part. So I think we should look at today from STEM to STEAM. So this is how the liberal arts education, the space, the education space as such this is how we look at. Now, how do we actually do this a little better? Today, the new education policy also talks about, beyond this liberal arts education, holistic development, which means social, emotional, intellectual, physical, psychological, etc. And very important to build this holistic, spiritual and physical, because today's students are here in campus. We all know how they have been affected because of the pandemic, and also how we need to enrich them holistically. Again, actually, if you look at it, all these are interconnected, and you can't give intellectually feed a person if his social, emotional quotient is not good, if he had psychological issues, or if he's physically not well, or if he is not in peace with himself or with his family. So we need to understand that holistic development is important. Today, many institutions are doing this through different formats. It may not be structured like this, but many things that we do ensure that this holistic kind of a building blocks are added, especially in the undergraduate level. Because in an undergraduate level, students are still in the formative years, and many times we sadly look at only the intellectual part and say, yeah, they should. In the school, at least in the 12th, it is only the intellectual, nothing else is given importance. Get your 90%, get your 97%, get your 80%. But we should remember that it is not just the intellect. Today, you want to get admission into the best of the universities. Holistically, they look at what is it that the individuals have. Today, if you want placements in best of the organizations, they're not just looking at marks. Today, again, Google is saying, I don't even want degrees. They're not even looking at the degree certificates. Overall, how have they developed? How are they willing to learn? How much are they able to think critically? How much are they able to problem solve? How much are they able to collaborate with others? That's the whole piece of what we need to educate in students. And all this is embedded in liberal arts because all these aspects are built into it. Many times, STEM focuses very highly on intellectual, the growth, intellectual development. But today, STEM engineering colleges are also building this whole ecosystem, and all the more the liberal arts ecosystems. The problems of the world cannot be solved by technology alone. Technology plays a very important part. We completely acknowledge that. But at the same time, it's also the people who drive it. Industry 5.0 is all about that. Industry 5.0 says, Industry 4.0 said, yeah, we will run everything with AI, with machine learning. But today we suddenly realize, hey, that can't do everything. We need, again, people. So we are trying to see the interface between artificial intelligence and the human behavior, so which helps us to understand these things better. So holistic development is important, which is also an offshoot of the liberal arts education. I just want to give a model in this, which was given by UNESCO, which was given by UNESCO, Global Citizenship Education. And they're talking about the domains of learning, which is built from the holistic development of my earlier slide of cognitive, socio-emotional, and behavioral. Of course, in the behavioral, they've included psychological, the physical, etc. And UNESCO is saying this is how we need to build citizens of today, whether they need to be a productive citizen in India or globally productive citizen. We ensure that these things are developed interestingly and importantly. So with this context of liberal arts education, which means we've seen the context of it, how it is done, what is UNESCO saying, what is NEP saying, what is world saying, what are generally people saying. I will say, putting all these things together, liberal arts education is broadly, it is a philosophy. It is not studying just different subjects, but how do you broaden the minds of students and individuals? How do we extend the imagination? How do we advance understanding? How do we better the questioning skills? How do we improve critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, and how do we promote intellectual curiosity and understand the situation from multiple perspectives. Today's leaders have to have all these things, whichever industry they are in, whether you are in education, whether you are in SpaceX, whether you are in Twitter, whether you are in Tata's, individuals will need these kinds of skills. And whether it is students, I will put a very important statement here. This is true whether it is for students or all the more for educators, people in the space, education space. Unless we have these things, we will not be able to sort of impart this or inculcate this among the students. So how much have we broadened our minds to understand what is happening in the other fields? How often do we go and sit across with a faculty from another department to understand something new which is coming up in their domain? How much do we understand the global happenings through the media? What is happening, why it is happening, why do you think is the reason? Now, unless we start questioning, we can't take those questions to the class. We may not have answers, but we can actually throw the questions in the class and say, you know what, this is what is happening. What do you think is, China, this unrest is happening. What do you think is the reason? Multiple reasons that is happening there. Now that will throw open up multiple ways in which the students will think. It can be a sociology class, it can be a mathematics class, it can be a literature class. It doesn't matter. Many times we think that, oh, in a literature class, I need to talk only about literature. Let's not do that. I think throwing open such questions will broaden their mindset of the students. And tomorrow you might want to actually saying, this is what is happening in literature. Can you tell any social unrest which has happened in the ancient times? Connect it with the literature. It's always possible to see how we could build it. Or if you are teaching history, we should connect it with the Tiananmen Square of what happened. Something like this started, and lots of outcomes were there, impact was there in the country, and globally it sort of led to many things. So asking such questions in the class, debating this, discussing this is very important. So ultimately, liberal arts education is a philosophy, is a way of life, it's a narrative to see how we broaden the minds of individuals, students, and faculty members. So this is the context of liberal arts education. I spent quite some time in the context because it's important for us to understand what is liberal arts and how do we actually intertwine liberal arts with the STEM, with engineering. Don't again isolate engineering or science and technology, but we need to see how we need to build this whole system together and understand how we give an interesting space. And new education policy is saying that, but whether it is being implemented, not implemented, or in pieces it is implemented, or in phased manner it is implemented, I would encourage that all of us as educationists, the purpose is to broaden the minds of the students. And I think that's what we should be doing. So with that context, we will move on, and we will see why should we emphasis on liberal arts education. Remember, we saw saying that liberal arts education includes art, humanities, natural sciences, physical sciences, and we are also including technology because the world problems are complex and interconnected. We have the war and in Russia, and we see so many things which are happening in Europe. Now, the problem that is there is quite complex. It is not one person's solutions or one person's perspective or one domain's perspective, but it is very complex. As I keep saying, it has affected the global economy. It has affected the geopolitics. It has affected the psychology of people. It has affected the behavior of people. It has affected the mobility of people. So many things happening in that particular region because of that. And it is so complex. And how do we actually bring such kind of issues in the table and make students to think about it so that tomorrow they can be small pieces in the puzzle in solving this problem? All of us might want our students to be part of UN, part of different world organizations. And how do we actually make them to think in different ways is what is liberal arts education. And we believe that this liberal arts education will give some of these competencies. Will ensure that, as we saw in the earlier slide, they will become a little more creative, they will become critical thinkers, they will become problem solvers, and whether small problems or whether it's a large complex issue as we see. And also they will also be able to understand an issue from different perspectives. Many times, as a management person, I am a management person, and if there is an issue, I always look at it from a management perspective. But how do I look at it from a psychology perspective? How do I look at it from an economic perspective? How do I look at it from a political science perspective? Public policy perspective is very important. So we want our students to be holistically developed, and we want our faculty to be holistically developed. I think that is the purpose of how we are looking at new education policy, how we want individuals and citizens who are responsible and who contribute. So if this is the reason why we do it, we see examples of people who have liberal arts education who have succeeded very well. Now, this is why we are saying we need liberal arts. You see the people, their images there, who have done many liberal arts courses, not really engineering alone. Of course, we have seen a lot of dropouts, Steve Jobs of the world, who have succeeded in their own domains, which is also because of this broad mindset and multidisciplinary knowledge. Understanding and willingness to learn is important. Many times when somebody else talks from some other domain, we just put our shutters down in our mind, say, hey, that's not my domain. Somebody is talking from zoology, somebody is talking from sociology, I'm not interested. Let us not do that. That's why conversations are important. That's why even conferences like this are important, because here we have participants from multivariate domains who are listening, and we wish that we will interact more to understand how we should be able to understand each other's perspective. So liberal arts education gives success, but let me again add the rider saying it is not just the liberal arts. Technology is extremely important. Today's world, science and technology is important. Have that exposure also built into the ecosystem of the liberal arts education so that individuals become holistic. So with this being the reason, people have been proven to be successful. We have individuals who have been successful in this. So how do we actually, as educators, how do we actually build this ecosystem? If you are a student, if you are a research scholar who's joined in this conference, I would encourage you to look at it from a student perspective. How do I do this? If you are a faculty member, we need to look at how do I embed this? If you're an administrator, policy maker, we need to look at this and say, how do I embed policies? How do I make it easy for educational systems to ensure that there is the broadening of the mindset and ensuring that it's critical thinking, problem solving, while there is a deep domain knowledge of whatever they are studying about. So how do we embed this multidisciplinary approach? So most of our programs, if we see today, are monodisciplinary. We study BSc Mathematics, we study BA Literature, we study BCom, we study BBA, which are monodisciplinary. But to broaden the mindset, to enable critical thinking, to build problem solvers of the world, we need to take a multidisciplinary approach. How do we do this? Now, this is a template chart which is given by the Times Higher Education, the world ranking body, which says liberal arts education from an academic perspective needs to have the things which are mentioned there, whether it is a curriculum or whether it's a faculty ratio, or it's alumni, multifaceted, workplace, community, etc. So this is one broad framework. Obviously, it is given with a high, it is given with a global context, but also with a slightly American context of what they have. But this is also very important because many times fully residential, we don't have many campuses which are fully residential, but fully residential campuses have extraordinary learning experiences. Many of the liberal arts colleges in the US are fully residential. By the way, while this liberal arts education started at the time of the ancient Greek times, as I said in the beginning of the session, this took root actually in the US. And at one period of time, liberal arts education was a very, very highly favored education system. And then today, obviously, in the US, it's the STEM which has taken over because liberal arts took the backbench and said employment is not there. But also we should look at how do we actually make them more employable, or how do we actually build them. That's why the STEM, moving the STEM from the STEAM is important to build that holistic perspective. So residential campuses can give extraordinary learning experiences for the students also. So this is the Times Higher Education model to say we need to build this. But there's also, I want to take you through this cycle, maybe mostly from our context, from our Indian context. We can look at this education from 3 different angles, because I know some of us are affiliated colleges, which means everything is directed by the university. Some of us are autonomous colleges. There's some amount of liberty which is given, but some of us are private universities, which means we have complete liberty. So I will touch upon all these 3 things from all these angles so that we can see, based on what we have as such, we'll be able to implement. If students are here, I would really encourage you to think from your own perspective of how you can build your own competencies so that you are world ready. So let's start with the curriculum. So basically, often what we think is multidisciplinary knowledge is giving different courses. Absolutely true, because knowledge is important. For any decision making, knowledge, factual informations are important. So fundamental understanding of different disciplines is important. So curriculum, how do we embed multidisciplinary knowledge, or how do we embed multidisciplinary curriculum? So one is in your own domain. If you are an autonomous college or if you are a private university, how can we embed in BBA maybe a little bit of sociology, maybe a little bit of psychology? Because in business you need psychology. You need to understand the human behavior. You need to understand why people are buying your products. So you need to know about politics. So the policy. So maybe public policy should be part of it. So how do we actually build multidisciplinary courses into it? And if you're a student, and if you're a BBA student, if you're a BCom student, psychology student, please go and read beyond your domain. Don't say, oh, this is not my topic, I will not read. Have that curiosity in mind, because that curiosity is very important. Many times the curiosity is killed actually by the education system, because we say that's out of portion, that's out of syllabus, that's not in your subject. So introduce it into the core. The second way in which we can do is within the college, in case your department does not have the interdisciplinary knowledge, there will be 10 departments in your college. Ask other departments to give short courses for your students. We do that in Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science. We give short courses, which are every department, every faculty based on the interest offer short courses. And every student can take these interdisciplinary courses. They are asked to take these interdisciplinary courses. And these can be for credit, as I put at the bottom, or non-credit. If you're an affiliated college, you cannot add 1 credit. You cannot add 0.5 credits. So maybe give it as a certificate course so that they'll have a broader understanding. The other way to look at it is offer intercollegiate course. NEP talks about credit transfers. NEP talks about credit banks. Why not colleges here say, talk to each other and say, I am very good in photography. I can offer your students a course in photography. I'm very good in cognitive science. I can offer a course in cognitive science. I'm very good in digital marketing. I can offer a course in digital marketing. Why don't we have those conversations? Somehow we all, again, colleges work in silos, very, very sadly. We should be able to have these conversations. Bring your students, send your students to another campus for a week. Let them learn some other course and then they come back. Either add it in your credit or add it as extra credit if you're an autonomous college. This is important because many times we think only internationally that students have to go. Let's build that network within our own state, within our own country. ODL is again great opportunity to learn interdisciplinary courses. Online courses are there. There are different platforms are there. Swayam, NPTEL, fantastic courses are there. Coursera is there. edX is there. Encourage students to do that to gain understanding from some other discipline. And of course, the national and the international mobility that I talked about. We can send students to international summer courses, short courses based on partnerships. So this is how we need to build the multidisciplinary knowledge. Let us not confine the students sadly to one domain. And we as faculty, let us read more. Let us read what is happening in some other domain. Let us have that curiosity and that mindset. And when we build this kind of a multidisciplinary domain, it could be many things. Because if you're looking at, say, environmental science, it includes lots of other things which can be added, from physics to chemistry to geology to history to sociology, because all these are connected. This is how we need to give exposure to the students. Or it could be from a pure liberal arts, what you see on the right-hand side, giving them many exposures. Embed them as short courses. Embed them into your curriculum if it is possible. Give them that exposure. Students will be curious. We have done experiments like that. They love those sessions. They hate their domain courses, but they love those sessions because they sit with multiple cohorts. They learn something extraordinary. So giving that basic knowledge is important, which is the first one in interdisciplinary course. The second one is the pedagogy. We may be stuck with syllabus, stuck with a certain curriculum, but how do we actually teach? Many of us, we use methods which can be a monologue in a class, which we whatever is there in the textbook we may do it, or whatever is there in the Google we may do it. But I think I'm just going to focus, I'm not going to focus on all the pedagogy. I mean, as educators, we know different pedagogies, but in a classroom, how do we actually make people to think? Remember, liberal arts is critical thinking. Liberal arts is questioning. Liberal arts is problem solving. So when you're giving a lecture, it may be a lecture because you may be asked to give 30 hours of lecture, 40 hours of lecture. How do we actually introduce critical thinking instead of one person talking and giving information? This is called as Socratic classroom, or this is called as Socratic learning, or this is called as Socratic questioning, to make students to think. So I'm just going to focus on that. There are plenty of methodologies, but how do we actually question in the class? Very, very interesting ways to put your question. And I'm not going to read this. It is there for you to read. I would encourage you to read those questions. You want them to think of alternatives. What do you think is the other side of the argument? We may make a, Newton's third law. You may be talking about Newton's third law, but you may say, is there a different perspective to this? Is there a different point to this? It may be a well-established law. It may be a well-established theory, which you put to the students and say, I want you to disagree with this and tell your viewpoints. Immediately it may not come, but this is the exercise of the mind, asking the why question, asking the how question, asking questions as to how it can be different. So I would really encourage you to ask such questions in the class. There are 6 types of questions as it is written there: clarifying, challenging the assumptions. When you ask a question and when they say an answer, challenge them. Are you assuming certain things? Many of us assume many things. As educators, we assume many things. We say, hey, this is how it is. Students also assume many things. Examine the evidence. Even if a data is given, we should be able to ask them to say, why do you think? What is the rationale behind it? Why do you think we have a policy like this? Why do you think that this law is there? Why do you think that this framework is there? Why do you think this model is there? But the last one, which I would really encourage you to do, is the meta questions, the overall questions. Meta questions are connecting everything and asking them what the students think. Questioning is very important. Oftentimes in the class, we ask the students, okay, now have you understood? Is one question, for which there's hardly any answer. Or can you repeat what I said? Is the second question. None of them are critical thinking questions. So I would encourage you to ask certain questions like this. I loved the questions which are there in challenging the assumptions, examining the evidence, considering the alternatives or the implications. You may say a lot and say, what do you think are the implications? In today's paper, did you see any implications of this law? Or give them a piece of news and tell them, do you think what is the implication? Why is this? What is the consequence? Is this legal legislation working in the country or not? Should we change it? What do you think is your view? Very important. So pedagogy, making them to think, is important. Whatever subject you teach, it can be a monodisciplinary subject. Please make them to think. Critical thinking is important. And I don't want to get into this slide. We use this word very often when we are talking about research. Encourage the students to do research. And research is basically asking a why question. Why is this happening? How is this happening? How can this be different? That is what is research. Fundamentally, that is research. Research. Something is there. You research to find out why it is happening, how it is happening. It can be, many times we are disciplinary research. We take one small subject. Even at PhD, we take one subject. But we need to take a different approach. Multidisciplinary approach is where we are trying to get from different angles. Interdisciplinary is where we are intertwining 2 different learning into one particular outcome. I know a person who did who was a mechanical engineer and who was doing research basically in physics, working with a professor in biology, studying whales, and they wanted to simulate the movement of whales in an unmanned underwater vehicle to make it efficient so that it can be used in defense. So learning from basically biomimicry of learning from something else. So learning a lot of biology, understanding how a whale swims or the movement of the fins, etc., and translating it. So important to build that kind of approach. So we are saying that use the left brain and the right brain. That's holistic development. That's liberal arts, not just one part. Again, we think liberal arts means it is only the right brain, but it includes both the brains so that we are able to solve problems. Moving on, finally, we are looking at multidisciplinary experiences. So knowledge curriculum is important. Pedagogy is important. How do we make them to think is important? Thirdly, how do we give them experiences? How do we give them experiences beyond the classroom? How do we send them out to learn different things? Yesterday, as I said, we had a graduation day, and I asked one of the students, so how is the world out? They've been outside for 1 year now. He said, man, the world is so different outside. We have been in a very protective environment here for the 3 years. I travel to different states. I'm in a job like that, and I see how people are so different, how their behavior is so different, and it is so complex. So how do we actually give these experiences to the students, sending them for many experiences like this? We all send them for internships, we all send them for projects, but few other things which I would say is send them into the community, give them some small community projects which they can solve. They send them into the field for small experiments. Give them some kind of assignments or projects in the institution. You have an institutional problem, you have a hostel problem, give it to the students and say, hey, how do you solve it? Put an interdisciplinary group of students together and ask them to solve it. Every district collector has district collectors internship now is launched across the country. Send them for internships. Send them to internships to a MP, to an MLA, where they will be able to learn and implement projects. Again, this is not for political science or sociology students or history students. A BBA student can do, a commerce student can do. Giving this experiences is what will broaden the mind. It is not only for them, it is us as faculty also. How many times have we stepped up out of our academic safety net and done something different? How many of us have spent 15 days outside and doing something else? Now, unless we change, we may not be able to change the students. Giving them such experiences is important. Encourage them in co-curricular. Again, it broadens the experiences, and they can work with multiple stakeholders. These are all the labs. I will say these are the labs for social sciences. Engineering has labs, agriculture has labs, science has labs. Now, these are our labs. Working in different labs will help us. How many of us as faculty has taken a 15-day sabbatical and said, I will go and work in this NGO to have a better understanding, or in this government project, or in this think tank? I'm sorry, the bottom one, there's a fellow there, is a think tank, working in think tanks. So let's give them this broad experiences, very important for the faculty and the students. So ultimately, so we talked about curriculum, we talked about pedagogy, and we talked about experiences. It is the mind, it is the mindset to broaden the thought process, being open-minded, being willing to listen, willing to listen to another perspective, questioning things, engaging in problem solving, collaborating with others are some of the critical things that are important to set in the minds of students. Our question should be, when the student is going out, we have all the PEOs, we try to take a measure of that. All that is good, all that is highly intellectual and knowledge oriented. But do we actually measure this? Are they better in this? Because if they are better in this, in any field, they will be able to do well. Whether they are going for the masters, whether they are going for research, whether they are going for jobs, whether they want to start a business, when these basic competencies are there, they will excel. I am always, most of the times, I'm against people when they say we want to skill them. Skills can be so transient. Today's skill may not be relevant tomorrow, especially the IT skills and many other skills that we talk about, the technical skills. Because today, what we do, tomorrow, it will not be relevant. It will change. But basic competencies like this will continue to be, we want them to be lifelong learners, which means continuously learning from different sources. If we encourage our students to be like that, and if we are like that, we are ready for tomorrow. As educators, we need to be ready for tomorrow. Unless we have the liberal art or liberal mindset, we will not be able to translate. So the question is for us, beyond before we tell the students, do we have these kind of competencies? So that's a question that I want to leave with. Today's faculty's mindset has to be different to bring in this liberal arts education. We need to look at things very differently. We need to go across disciplines and do different things. We need to question when something is implemented in an institution, how many of us question to say, should we do this? Can we look at it in a different way? Can we do different things? These are the ways in which we develop our questioning skills. We develop our critical thinking. And I wish and I hope that all of us as administrators, as educators, as people who are transforming young lives will have some of these mindsets so that we become the change makers of our institutions. And with that, let me close to say that, can you influence, can you inspire, can you ignite the young minds through this liberal arts education? Whichever stream you are, you may be still in engineering, you may be an engineering faculty, you may be in agriculture, you may be in law, you may be in arts and science, you may be a medical professional who's joined us here. Whatever it is, I think basically it's the mindset of having an open mindset to question, to solve problems, and to see the interconnectedness across disciplines rather than confining ourselves to one silo. So with those thoughts, let me close my presentation and would love to have interaction, would love to have question and answers to discuss on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. We are sure got some really enlightening ideas from your talk. And as she said, it's time for questions. As she said in her speech, questions are actually widens our understanding. So participants, please ask your doubts and questions to our speaker, and you can ask questions either in the chat box or in the or directly to the speaker by unmuting your mic. So questions are welcome.
Ma'am, by the time questions come up, I would like to ask a question. Like you said, this liberal arts college was started much before NEP put forward the idea of liberal arts education. So what was the response of students and parents initially when they were approaching for admissions? Because as I understand, we have very few liberal arts colleges at that time in our country. So were people skeptical of the possibilities?
So we started liberal arts in 2018, and we started with definitely this concept in mind. Though, as all of you know, that sometimes when we start an institution, we are not a private university. We are affiliated with the university here, Bharatiyar University. But our purpose was to ensure that there is a holistic development which is given, because we are a very well-established engineering college. Our engineering college is 35 years old. We have been in education for a very, very long time. So this was an experiment which we really wanted to do. So when we said liberal arts, I think the first question was, what is liberal arts? So I still remember students in the first year when they came, when we set certain rules, they said, this is liberal arts, I can do what I want. So we had to sort of educate them. I think the education was important both for the students and the parents to say, liberal arts doesn't mean that you can do what you want, but it is opening of the mind. So a lot of education was required to tell them what is liberal arts and how do we actually do it. So I think that's important, but slowly in 2018 people didn't know, but we were able to sort of do that. But once students came in and understood what was happening inside, our students were our brand ambassadors, our faculty were our brand ambassadors, because faculty also had to be oriented in this direction. The students had to be oriented in this direction. And today, with a fantastic team of faculty members who are here with us, we are able to take this forward.
Okay, thank you. We have an experience in Kerala where students are hesitant to join newly started courses, maybe citing reasons like, will it be useful for higher education? Will it be recognized and so on? So that's why I asked this question.
No, absolutely, Dr. Chako, that the first year our admission was 53%. I'm being very open, honest. First year admission was 53%. We got that permission also very late. But today we are 95% enrollment. So that just shows that we just need to take the risk. As I said, as administrators, we need to open our minds. We just need to take the risk and say, yeah, we will try to do it, and we will build it. I think that's how we have succeeded.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am, we have some questions in the chat box. I'll read for
Yes.
them. And yeah, Nanette asked, how did you come to this field? That means liberal arts education field.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. I saw that in the chat. I did my BSc chemistry and I moved to management. I did my MBA and then I moved on into the management field. So I basically had that liberal arts mindset to say, I very often use chemistry examples in my classes when I teach management with whatever I remembered many years back. And so I think that was always there. And another flip point for my liberal arts focus was, before we started this, I had been to the US on a Fulbright scholarship and visited around 10 liberal arts colleges to understand how it was functioning and how it was making that impact. That also was a great turning point before we started this, and many good practices, many learnings from there was brought in and was implemented. So that's how we move it. And I think today, again, as faculty members, I just want to encourage, let us not get stuck in one domain, saying, this is my field, this is my area of specialization, this is what I will teach, this is what I will do. Today, we need to look at how we need to broaden our own scope. The growth is not always vertical. The growth is always horizontal today. Moving up into different domains, doing different things so that you gain experience. That's how I think we should look at our own careers and how we build careers. We have another question from Femi Moni. The students are hesitant to take initiative to study interdisciplinary courses along with their studies. As a teacher, how can I promote students to do the same? A very good question, a very practical question. I will tell you our example. We are an affiliated college. So all of us know how in an affiliated college, we can't add one class more, one credit more, one subject more. So what we have done is, even when we admit our students, we say that you will learn your subjects, but every semester you will do something interdisciplinary. We are still evolving that particular model. Every year we keep changing it, but we are evolving it. But when we admit the students, we say you will do something extra. If you are willing to join, come and join us. So it is right upfront we tell the parents, we tell the students, and so that piece of information is very important at an institutional level. As a faculty, if I go and say study extra, do something, it may not work. So that's one. And telling it to the world, saying that you will learn interdisciplinary courses. Today, youngsters, when we give that kind of an information, they become curious and they want to learn. So that's one. Secondly, we need to make it a little interesting. So what we are trying to envision in our college, again, because as I said, we have 5 subjects, we have 6 subjects, semester exams, etc. What we are envisioning is we are trying to build something from the interdisciplinary. So we are trying to build interdisciplinary courses which will be offered by different departments. It could be interdisciplinary online courses which the students can do. It can be interdisciplinary social labs. We want to send them every semester to the community to do certain projects. We want to introduce problem-based learning in one semester to say, take one real-life problem from the industry, and as groups, they will sit together and solve it. It could be one semester, could be again problem-based learning, maybe from agriculture, to say in agriculture, because we are an agrarian, basically a country, what are the problems that they face and how do we actually solve it? Again, interdisciplinary cohort group of students. So this is how we want to build a mixture of experiments or mixture of learning in different semesters across the 3 years. We are building the model like that. And we want to ensure that in each group, it is always going to be in groups, because we want to build in collaboration among the students. And in the group, there will definitely be students from different disciplines, so that it's not one focus. So there's a lot of excitement in this, because they work with students from across departments, and we don't conduct classes for 1 week. So this 1 week is what they will do a project, or they'll do a course, or they'll do something. So they are away, they are in a different environment, they are with different classes, they are with different faculty members, and it creates a buzz. So last semester, when we conducted for a week, when we got a feedback, they said, we wanted to actually reduce it to 3 days. The feedback came strong and big, saying conducted for 10 days. So that's how is the response when we build it interestingly. I think we should just build it interestingly. We need to go into the mindset of the students, flip it and say what the students want and give it. And I'm sure they will lap it up. I'm sure that they will enjoy it. We are still experimenting, as we said. Maybe in a couple of years, we will have a fully curated model, and will be willing to share it again. But this is a story that we are trying to build. It's a narrative that we are trying to build, but always willing to share our experiences, our challenges, our learning with our academic community.
Okay, thank you. We have one more question. This will be the last one. Would you please share the roles of arts and science colleges in the context of NEP? And would you share your thoughts on it? The question was by Dr. Shahina.
Good morning, Dr. Shahina, and thank you for the question. As I started this presentation today, problems of the world need to be solved from both a technology and from a social side. That's how the problems need to be solved. And Dr. Jijo started with a quote from Steve Jobs to say that it is marrying technology and the liberal arts is what will solve the problems. So we are that one piece. And if we are not there, technology alone will not be able to solve problems. So we are an important piece to solve the problems of the world. Today, I think that's how we should look at it. How do I solve the problem in my region? How do I solve the problem in one company? How do I solve the problem in my street? How do I solve the problem in the state? That's the purpose of education. That transforming the mind of the students so that they become problem solvers and creators. I will just add that one bit to it. It's not just solving problems which are around there, but also to create, for which, again, people are required. Today, Elon Musk may be sending rockets into the space through the SpaceX program, high tech, but people are involved. People are needed from a behavioral side. Today, he's saying that we are going to occupy Mars, send people to Mars, but people are required for that. So that's the social side of it, arts and science as the social side of it. Pure science is always the fundamental for anything which is there. Today, we may talk about mechanical engineering, we may talk about space exploration, etc. But fundamental physics, fundamental biology, fundamental zoology, botany are important. It is all stemmed from that. So that also plays a very important role. The fundamentals always will remain. Though I know in educational institutions, our core courses are the demand is less, but even if you're doing a physics, if you're doing a PhD, you will go to the fundamentals. You will actually go and look at the frameworks, which are the fundamentals will always remain there. So those are my thoughts.
Hi, ma'am. My name is Akshara. I am from St. Aloysius College. I want to know what is the future of the liberal arts, and also you said that the past 3 years you have been including interdisciplinary in the education system. So what are the challenges do you face and what is the future of liberal arts?
A good question, because we are still in the learning path is what I would say. Challenges as such, I think for us, because we are into a slightly rigorous system of the university, trying to balance this, integrating this has been a challenge of finding time. Students are very interested to learn interdisciplinary, art students, because we tell them right in the beginning, this is how it will be. And so they expect. So if you don't give it, they come back and say, you have not done this so far. So students have been very enthusiastic about it. Faculty whom we recruit also, we continuously say that this is how we function. So there's a lot of interest among the faculty also to explore, to see, to experiment. So that's the ecosystem that we have. The challenges come in certain formats of our regulatory bodies, but we have very intelligently, very interestingly sort of circumvented around it, above it, whatever it is, and we are building it. But also, I think telling the world and bringing in for us, what we need to do more is bringing more of industry, more of NGOs, more of government, more of community into this interdisciplinary learning, because they are the experts in those areas. So we want to bring them more so that they will be able to deliver courses, or we are engaged with them in the projects. So in the projects, again, we don't want the students to take up the projects. We want an NGO to come to us and say, this is a problem that we face, solve it for us. We want our district collector to come and say, this is a problem that we have, solve it for us. So that's how I think closer engagement is required. We have not done it we have done it efficiently so far, but we are trying to build that piece of component into it so that multiple stakeholders are involved in this learning process. The future as such, I think if you're able to deliver this kind of a fantastic broad mindset,
Hello, ma'am. Are you still here? Ma'am, we lost you in between. Are you here now?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to say the World Economic Forum, all the skills that are required are from the social side. Please look at that. I didn't add that, but I think you should look at it, apart from the broad technical skills. Thank you so much.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Is there any more questions?
Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. I had already asked a question regarding the, preparedness from the part of arts and science colleges. But the question is that even if we are trying our level best to introduce certain interdisciplinary courses, what happens is in the practical side, there are often some issues arising. Because the time as well as in the very disciplinary curricular framework, when do we introduce, and it's a question basically. Second thing is that if there is no any kind of systemic information from the regulatory body, often faculty members of various departments are not at all ready to come into this kind of a system. So how do we introduce practically is often a question. Basically, the liberal arts as well as the prospects of it is high, really high, and it's really impressing also. But in the practical side, often we face some challenges. That's why I asked of how can we make ourselves prepared, and do the institutions ourselves have to take the measures for that, or will there be any kind of strategic essential features from the regulatory body, something like that?
No, I think I'm sure regulators are always there, because we are strictly coming from that system. Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science is affiliated to Bharatiyar University, absolute zero freedom, because we have just started. We are not even autonomous college. Zero freedom is there. So we need to be creative in building it, while regulators may take their time to come and give this kind of a freedom. I'll tell you very, very quickly, we can take it offline because I don't want to waste everybody's time. But very quickly, what we have done is, as I said, we have carved out 1 week of time from the entire semester for this liberal courses. We call it as a liberal edge, and we do that. And that 1 week we dedicate for that while we do the other courses. So we are not spreading it through the semester. Again, this idea actually came from one of our faculty members. We initially thought we should do it once a week, all those things. So one faculty member said, was creative, was a problem solver. He said, hey, why don't we do it within a week? And we did it, and it was an extraordinary experience for us. So that's how we do it for the students. For the faculty members, even when we sort of take the faculty members in, we tell them this is a model that we have, and they know that they are into this. Again, we are a private college, so the systems are slightly different. The ecosystem is very different. So we tell them that this is how we work. I think that kind of a prior information and building it very strategically is important. I think two things are very important, as you said. If it's a private college, the management support and the intervention is important. The administrator or the principals or the dean's intervention is very important to ensure that it runs as a system. Otherwise, if it is just as a faculty level, it may not survive. Introducing it at the institutional level will be very important. Would like to discuss with you more, maybe offline, to see how it can be done. And
thank you so much.
I would love to connect with any of the colleges if you would like to know more, if you can discuss more. We'll be very happy to share our little learnings with you.
So that will be an opportunity for us also.
Yeah, so that as educationists, we all grow. As an education system sector, we need to grow. There is no competition, there is no you, me, but I think we need to transform the youth of the nation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We cannot take up more questions because we are running out of the time. So I am just, concluding the question answer session over here. And before that, I have to tell you something that we have to take a group photo. So for that, please like on your my camera, and just show your smiling faces for that. We'll take a screenshot in between our vote of thanks. Okay, so everyone, please turn on your camera for the photo session. Okay, now I would like to invite Mr. Raghunath to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
So, a warm and graceful morning to one and all who present in this session. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks speech and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked really hard to make this session happen. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Chako Jose, Principal of St. Aloysius College. Thank you, sir. And Reverend Father Thomas Chakramakal, CMI, Manager of St. Aloysius College. Reverend Father Arun Jose, CMI, Bursar of St. Aloysius College. Dr. Libison KV, Coordinator of IQAC, and all the crew members of IQAC who had really made this event happen. And secondly, I thank all the crew members. And secondly, I would like to thank wholeheartedly our resource person, Dr. Vijila Edwin Kennedy, Principal, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Thank you, ma'am, for spending your valuable time and giving such a kind of insights for all the educators regarding liberal arts education, quality, environment. Thank you so much, and expecting to have such kind of sessions in the future webinars as well. So thank you so much, ma'am. And at last but not the least, I would thank all the participants of this session who made this session successful. So thank you all, and hope to have such kind of cooperation in the coming webinars of our college. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Vijay.
Yeah, please turn on your camera for the photo sessions. I can see a lot of people have not turned on their camera. Please do so. Yeah, please turn on the camera. Still, a lot of people have not turned on. Okay, thank you. We'll wind up the session over here. And thanks for participating. And thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful speech. We'll shortly begin our next session. So thank you for your participation. Welcome back to the National Conference on Quality Enhancement of Institutions of Higher Learning, Transformational Role of NEP 2020. Our next session is on outcome-based education. The chief speaker of the session is Dr. Manpreet Kaur, Assistant Professor of Sri Aurobindo College of Commerce and Management, Ludhiana, Punjab. I invite Ms. Shilpa Joshi to deliver the welcome speech and introduce the speaker of the session. Yes, please.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Am
You're
I
audible.
audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. A warm good morning to one and all. It's my pleasure to welcome all dignitaries, resource persons, and participants to the fourth section of NAAC-sponsored 2 days virtual conference on quality enhancement of institutions of higher learning, transformational role of NEP 2020. This session is related to outcome-based education. Today, we are blessed with the presence of Dr. Manpreet Kaur, Assistant Professor, Sri Aurobindo College of Commerce and Management, Ludhiana, Punjab. Let me take this opportunity to introduce the speaker of the session. Dr. Manpreet Kaur is doctorate from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, in the field of bank marketing. She has teaching and research experience of 14 years. Her specialization is in goods and services tax, research methodology, and statistical tools. Her research papers are published in various journals. She has also presented research papers in various national and international conferences. She has been awarded with Saurabh Shivare Memorial Young Researcher Award from Indian Commerce Association. She is also recipient of Best PhD Thesis Award in the discipline of management by Indian Society for Training and Development. She has written books on goods and services tax for various universities. Ma'am, we are very much fortunate and delighted to have you here for today's section. On behalf of IQAC St. Aloysius College, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Manpreet Kaur. Welcome you, ma'am. I also welcome all the participants to this section. Now, I request you, ma'am, to take over the section. Thank you. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this nice introduction. Am I audible enough?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, audible.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, ma'am.
So, good morning, everyone. I really feel thankful to the principal of the college, Dr. Cheko Jose, coordinator, IQAC coordinator of the college, Dr. Libison, Ms. Shilpa Joshi, who has given a nice introduction of me. I am really thankful to all for giving me opportunity to present my views on outcome-based education in this 2 days conference on quality enhancement. Before I express my views on outcome-based education, I just want to put some light on the current state of Indian education system. So if we look at the current state of Indian education system, there's a dire need to rehaul or reorient the Indian education system. Currently, what problems we are facing, that our students are moving to foreign universities. We are not getting foreign students in our educational institutes. So there is actually there's a gap between what is being taught in the classrooms and what exposure should our students face, so that employability can be increased. So there's a gap between what is being taught and what is required in the industry. So referring to the speech given by Mr. Narayan Murthy on 15th of this month, he also mentioned in his speech that there is need to reorient Indian education system. We should stop rote learning system. We should stop the traditional education system, and we should move towards outcome-based education system, which develop critical analysis skills and critical thinking skills, analysis skills, which make our student inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented. So there is a dire need to shift our system, and we all know that NEP 2020's the policy's main intention is to make the education system more student oriented, more outcomes oriented. So that's why discussions are going on quality enhancement in the education system. Discussions are going on the credit framework. Discussions are going on the quality enhancement frameworks. Discussions are going on outcome-based education. So now is the time to make a switch from the traditional system to the current. So what outcome-based education is all about? Let's say we go to a carpenter and we ask him to make a table for us. We specify this kind of table we want, this is the size, this is the color, this is the wood type of wood we want in the table. So what he does, he makes an image in his mind regarding that table. And according to that image, he buys the inputs, he put all of his efforts, and finally he makes the table according to the image which he has made on the basis of specifications. So outcome-based education, in that outcome is that image which students have in their minds while doing a certain program or while entering a particular educational institute. So outcome-based education is actually providing or meeting to the expectations of the students, meeting to the expectations of the outcome students have in their mind. Right? So it's actually an educational theory centered on specific goals. It is based on the outcomes, not inputs, right? Inputs, how many hours students spend in the class, or what degrees a student possess, or how many marks a student has obtained. They are not of the focus. Here, the focus totally is on outputs. So what skills, what knowledge, what attitude a student has acquired after completing the program. Here, assessment is not done like comparing the student. Currently, what we are doing, we are comparing our students with the other students, and we provide them grade, right? But in case of outcome-based education, the students are not compared with the fellow students. Rather, here the performance of the students is compared with the specified outcomes. And if there's a gap, so every effort is made to reduce that gap. So this is outcome-based education. Before I proceed with my presentation, I just want to conduct an activity. All of you can see, ma'am, is the chat activated?
Yeah, it's active. Chat box is active.
Yeah. So you can see on the screen, this is a small activity. We are aware of the first 20 elements we have studied in 9th standard or 10th standard. So I just want you to recall the chemical symbols of these elements. And if you are not able to recall, no problem, you can take the help of the Google. You can type in the chat box, please. If you are able to recall, it's fine. If you are not able to recall, you can just Google it and let me know the chemical symbols of these elements, of any element. Yeah, thank you so much for the response, Tito sir. Thank you, Megha ma'am. It's He for the helium, right? Li for the lithium, B for beryllium, boron, it is B, right? So if we are not able to recall these, we can Google them. And just on a click of the mouse, we can easily search for the symbols, right? So the purpose of the activity here is, yeah, very right. Thank you so much, Fami Moni sir, for the response. So what is the intention behind this activity? If, let's say, many of the symbols even I don't memorize, if we say that what is the purpose of memorizing or learning this sequence of first 20 elements or the symbols, if these are available at the click of the mouse? So we are living in the era of artificial intelligence. We are living in the era of computerization, where we all have computers with us at our workstations, where all the information regarding any topic is available free of cost at just a click of the mouse. What is the fun of rote learning then? What is the fun of rote learning, right? So when we are living in the era of computerization, when every recalling of information can be done by the computer, so human mind should be able to do something beyond that memorization of the information, right? So this is the time when we should move from rote learning towards developing critical thinking, developing analysis skills in our students, developing innovation skills so that they can analyze the information which is available to them and they can create something new out of it. Right? So that is the significance of outcome-based education, which is mainly focused on the outcomes, which is mainly focused on the development of the skills among our students. So we all are aware of the NEP 2020 and its focus. NEP is targeting to increase the gross enrollment ratio of our students. NEP is very, very flexible. It is making our education system very flexible. There are multiple entry and exit points. Then the flexible curriculum is there. So many options are available which are very, very student oriented, and students are the primary stakeholders in case as specified in the NEP. And if we go through the policy document, you will see at least 40 times the word outcome appears in the policy document, and learning outcomes, I think it is almost 20 times learning outcomes have been mentioned. So now the more focus is being placed on the learning outcomes for every course, and teachers are supposed to use innovative pedagogical tools to achieve those outcomes. If we go through this mandate, of NEP 2020 reads as the education must move towards less content, rather it should develop these skills in our students, how to think critically, how to solve the problems, how to be creative, how to be innovative. So it is actually about making our education more inquiry driven, discovery oriented, learner centered, discussion based. So this is the purpose, this is the actually mandate of NEP 2020, and accordingly we all know it is in implementation phase. It has been the process has been started to implement NEP 2020. Even recently UGC has released draft on NHEQF in Feb 2022, and if you go through this draft, you will certainly see there are levels. And for every level, learning outcomes have been specified. And for crossing that level, learning outcomes have to be achieved. So even the process which is going on, it is all outcome based. right? So how did it come to picture, right? The concept was coined by William Spady in 1988, and on international level, effort was made to make our education system more outcome based. So Washington Accord was created in 1989, and until 2017, these are the countries on the screen, on your screen, which have become signatories of this accord. And it is actually an accord, it is an agreement to accept the undergraduate engineering degrees that were obtained using OBE methods. So accreditation is also done according to the outcome-based education nowadays. It has been adopted in various countries like Australia, South Africa, Hong Kong, Malaysia, European Union. There's a lot of research available regarding whether these have been success, or in certain countries it has been a failure as well. So we'll certainly talk about the research part as well. Currently, these are the countries where have OBE is into picture into the education system, and India signed the agreement in 2014. Accordingly, National Board of Accreditation, it is into accrediting the programs which are run with outcome-based education, and it has started strictly following these OBE methods, and only accreditation is done to those programs which are implementing OBE. And we all are aware of that National Board of Accreditation is for accreditation of the programs, and NAAC is for institutional level, right? So if one wants to get their program accredited by NBA, they have to follow the outcome-based education for that particular program. So what is the difference between the outcome-based education and traditional education? Look, traditional education is totally curriculum, it is totally content-based education. So we develop content, then we teach that content. So here all the education is from teacher's perspective. So what teacher is teaching is according to the learning objective specified by the teacher. So here, the current education system is content-based teaching. It is actually teacher's perspective teaching, right? And in the outcome-based education, as I told you, there is an image in the mind of the students, and that is actually outcome they are expecting from a program. So here, whole process is there to achieve that outcome. So keeping in mind that outcome, whole curriculum is designed, keeping in the mind that outcome, whole units are divided according to the outcome, various courses are included according to the outcome, teaching pedagogy is used according to the outcome to achieve that specified outcome, and finally assessment is done to find out the gap, if there is any, between the specified outcome and between the attained outcome. So everything is revolving towards that outcome, right? So it is actually a student-centric model, because student comes with an outcome in his mind, and everything is planned according to for achievement of that outcome. Right. So this is the agenda of today's presentation. I'll be talking about how the planning is done, how the outcomes are specified for a particular program, then how curriculum is designed, then how course outcomes are specified for every course so as to meet the program outcomes, then how it is executed, what measures, what considerations are to be kept in mind while implementing this outcome-based education, and finally, if there is a gap between the attained outcomes and the specified outcomes, how are they improved, what corrective measures are needed to reduce those gaps. And finally, we will certainly talk about the challenges of outcome-based education in Indian context. Before I proceed further, I just want you to be awake till end. So this is a small riddle. You have to answer in the chat box. What can you never eat at breakfast? This will give me a hint that I'm not making a boring presentation. Yeah, thank you, Megha ma'am. It's lunch and dinner we cannot have in the breakfast. Thank you so much. So, outcome-based education, it's a process of restructuring the curriculum, keeping in mind the outcomes. And here the focus is totally on the outcomes, rather accumulation of course credits. So how many degrees a person possess, how many marks he has obtained through the rote learning, that doesn't matter here much. Here we need to develop a model where we first identify the outcomes, then design our curriculum according to the outcomes. Then we include the courses and units in the courses according to the specified outcomes. Then we use appropriate teaching pedagogical tools for achieving the outcomes. And then we do the assessment for attaining of those learning outcomes. So this is a proper model which has to be implemented from the planning till control level. Right. So before starting with the planning level, I just want to put a brief overview of certain terms used in the outcome-based education. First one is programs. So programs means any degree or a graduation program or post-graduation program like BCom, BBA, BTech, BCA, MCom, MBA, these all are programs, right? And one institution may offer a number of programs. Then for every program, certain subjects are taught. And those subjects are known here as courses, right? Then there are learning outcomes. Learning outcomes are actually from students' perspective, what they are expecting to achieve after completing that graduation or post-graduation program. Right, and learning outcomes comprise of three things. One is the knowledge, the skills, and the attitude. Right, knowledge is the information they are going to acquire. Skills, the demonstration of that knowledge into skills, and attitude. Attitude is the attributes they are going to possess after completion of program. For example, what they are learning through graduation program, the skills, the leadership skills, professional attitude, teamwork skills. So these all are making learning outcomes. So it is actually the knowledge, skills, and attitude. And what is the difference between learning objective and learning outcome? Learning objective is always from its teacher's perspective. So it is actually teacher's purpose for creating and teaching a course. So it is always teacher's perspective, whereas learning outcome is from student's perspective. It is the knowledge, skills, attitude learner will gain by taking that particular course or program, right? So there is actually a shift from the teacher's perspective to a student perspective in outcome-based education. This is the whole framework of outcome-based education. This blue box you can see on in the figure. This is actually planning level. Then this green box is this execution level, and this orange box on the screen, this shows the control level, where we assess and find out the gap between the specified outcomes and the attained outcomes, right? When we talk about planning level, so at planning level, there are so many things which an institution has to frame if the institution is following outcome-based education. First of all, mission or vision of the institution, it may be university or college, it is a set, right? And then institution is offered so many programs. For example, our college is offering BCom program, BBA program, BCom honors, MCom, BCA. So these are programs, and for every program educational objectives are framed, keeping in mind the vision of the institution. Once program education objectives are framed, accordingly, program outcomes are specified. Program outcomes means after completion of that program, what skills, attitude, and knowledge students would be able to acquire after completion of the program, right? And for every program, there are courses. So for every program, under how many, as many as number of courses are being offered under a program, for every course, we will have to specify course outcomes, right? Once these are specified, then is the execution level. So teaching would be done according to the course outcomes specified, according to the program outcomes specified. Then even the question paper setting would be done according to the course outcomes specified. Once execution level is done, then assessment is done. So first of all, courses are assessed whether the course outcomes have been attained or not. Once courses are assessed, then we assess the program. So once program is assessed, then we assess whether the vision or mission of the college or institute has been attained or not. So this is a proper framework of outcome-based education. First of all, we'll talk about the penning level. So as I said, the institution vision and mission are to be specified at first instance. So vision is actually a futuristic statement that institution want to achieve over a period of time, and mission is the means by which, and this is a requirement under NAAC as well. So we all are well averse with these terms, vision and mission, and these are the examples how to set a vision and how to set the mission statement to achieve the specified vision. Then comes program educational objectives. These are very important, and these should be framed with due consideration. And these are the things, these are the objectives only which make our institution unique. Program educational objectives are actually, these are the statements. If an institution is offered a certain program, so you'll have to mention after completion of the program, what our graduates, or if it is a post-graduation program, what our postgraduates would be expected to perform or achieve after completion of this program, right? While framing program educational objectives, you should be focused on these few points while framing our program educational objectives. First one is preparation. For example, you can write it as that we are preparing our graduates for, let's say, for higher education. Let's say we are preparing our graduates for entering the IT world, right? So first objective can be written by mentioning why, how you are, in which way you are preparing your students for what, right? Second is you can write the core competences. For example, while teaching this program, strong foundation will be built in these particular core competences. Then another consideration, you can tell what kind of exposure will be offered in this particular programs. For example, industry exposure, there would be industrial visit, internship would be provided. So what kind of exposure you are going to offer through this program? Then professionalism, what kind of skills, what kind of professional attitude one would acquire after completion of this program. So you can mention that as well. Just say, for example, you can write after this program, the students would be acquired with leadership skills or a multidisciplinary approach. And finally, you can also mention the learning environment you would be offering through this program, right? This is an example of program educational objectives, as you can, of a very reputed university. Here you can see, while writing program educational objectives, they are in first objective, they are writing that they're preparing the students for businesses, for entering entrepreneur and to become entrepreneurs, right? And second, what kind of competencies will be built in students during the program? Then third one is focusing on the professional skills they will acquire through the program. Then fourth one is focusing on the exposure that would be provided. Then fifth one is focusing on the learning environment that would be provided. So this way, program educational objectives should be framed, and these are actually a way to make your program unique. So different institutions may have different program educational objectives for the same program, and this is how a program can be made unique. Once program educational objectives are specified, the next is program outcomes. So program outcomes means what kind of knowledge, skills, attributes, attitude the graduate would possess at the end of the program. And for program outcomes, the standardized programs outcomes are made by NBA, National Board of Accreditation. It offers technical programs, for example, for engineering, pharmacy, for management, and they have specified program outcomes. And this is the starting point for at the planning level for any program. As you can see on the screen, these are the program outcomes. Earlier, these were known as graduate attributes, right? But after when the concept came into India, almost after 2011, now these are termed as program outcomes. These are 12 standardized program outcomes specified by NBA for the engineering program. And these are very common. As you can see, in a graduation program, a student should learn what is he is expected to acquire: knowledge, skills of problem analysis, solutions for the problem development. He should be able to conduct investigations of complex problems. He should learn how to use the modern tools. He should learn how to analyze the environment. Ethics learning should be there. Individual teamwork he should learn during a graduation programs. Communication skills, then arranging finance, and lifelong learning. So these are the general attributes one should acquire during a graduation program. And as I told you earlier as well, if I talk about the components of outcomes, it is knowledge, skills, and attitude. And these program outcomes have been divided. If we divide these 12 into these components, so there are certain attributes which come under the category of knowledge. There are certain attributes which come under the category of skills, and there are certain which come under the category of attitude, right? So fully outcomes can be achieved through these standardized program outcomes, and these are not very rigid. You can adapt these according to your programs. These are standardized program outcomes for a management program, MBA. Then comes program specific outcomes. Once program outcomes are specified, look, there may be MBA in finance, there may be MBA in business innovation, there may be MBA program for entrepreneurship, right? So now program specific outcomes are defined according to the stream, the specialization of that program. So program specific outcomes are actually the statements that describe what the graduates of specific subject or program should be able to do. So what kind of skill, knowledge, and attitude they'll be having after completion of that program. And generally these are specified into 3 statements only, very, very specific to the specialization. As I told you, there are so many courses under the program we teach. There are so many subjects. So subjects are termed as courses here. So courses are what kind of knowledge, skill and attitude that would be acquired by the students after a particular course. And for a course, we generally specify 6 outcomes. Earlier, there was no mandatory requirements regarding course outcomes. So some institutions were specifying only 2 outcomes, some were 6, some were 10, right? Now it has been standardized. So almost 5 to 6 outcomes are to be specified. There is no maximum limit, but it is apt to specify almost 5 to 6 course outcomes for every course. And while defining the course outcomes, we should be very smart. Smart course outcomes should be there. Smart means they should be specific, they can be measurable, they should be achievable, they should be realistic, and they should be time bound. For example, semester system, if it is going on, we have almost 5 months for a semester. So we should set that much course outcome which can be achieved during those 5 months. And measurable, we can easily assess the students for that particular course outcome. So these should be measurable, achievable, they should be realistic. Actually, they can be achieved in the sense they should be realistic. For setting course outcomes, we should follow Bloom's taxonomy. It's a very famous concept nowadays, and this is very, very important because this should be considered while setting question papers as well. So Bloom taxonomy was actually invented by Mr. Benjamin Bloom. He was an educational psychologist, and he said there are actually 6 levels of knowledge. Gradually, there was so much research going on the same, and in 1990 it was revised, and these are the final 6 levels of the revised Bloom's taxonomy. Earlier, last level was the evaluation, and the second last level was synthesis. Now the last level is creating, the 6th level of knowledge. So the very first knowledge level is remembering, right? That whether the student is able to recall the definitions, the concept. Second level is understanding. If the student is able to summarize the information acquired in his own language without any information being lost, that is the understanding level, means he has understood the information. Then third level is apply, whether the student is able to apply the acquired information and he can solve the problems, so that is apply. Then analyzing level, whether he's able to make contrast, whether he's able to make what are the pros and cons of a particular concept, what are the flaws, that is the analyzing level. Evaluation level, making judgments about a particular theory, and creating means applying the concepts and creating something new out of it. So these are various levels of knowledge. And if we generally see the question paper of various universities, you will certainly see, you will agree with me on this thing, that generally the questions are set at max to max K3 or K4 level, right? We generally ask the students about what is this concept, what are the pros and cons, summarize the information, elaborate this concept. So generally the questions are asked only on K3 and K4 level, and there is dire need to shift to the upper levels of the knowledge. This is Bloom's taxonomy, and while framing the course outcomes, we should certainly consider the knowledge level as suggested by the Bloom's taxonomy, right? Moreover, before discussing this, we should frame the course outcomes very, very carefully. Right? More focus should be placed on levels above K2, right? Apply level, analyze level. Then course outcomes should be framed unit-wise. So there's unit division in curriculum of any course. So the curriculum should be divided in such a way that course outcome should be matching with the unit, right? Then course outcomes should be in alignment with the program outcomes and program specific outcomes, right? And we should use Bloom's action verbs while framing our course outcomes. For example, for remembering, we should use define, identify. For understanding, we can use describe, then summarize. For applying level, we can use the word solve this problem. For analyzing, we can use compare, contrast, criticize. To evaluate, we can use the word assess, appraise. And for creating, we can use the words develop or assemble or construct this way, right? So this is the way to write the course outcomes. And the course outcomes, if we are specifying 5 to 6 outcomes, preferably they should be unit wise, right? So, and we should mention the level of knowledge as well. For example, first course outcome, I have taken this as from NBA manual only, and this is a standardized course outcome for a particular course. So CO1, it is understanding. It means it is level 2. CO2, employ finite state machines for modeling and solving computing problems. So it is apply level. CO3, design context-free grammars. So here the action verbs are being used as suggested by Bloom's taxonomy, and this is the knowledge level we are targeting, right? Here creating something new is the knowledge level. It is K6, right? Then CO4, this is remember level. CO5, this is understand level. And CO6, this is analyze level. So we should try to include, to check all the knowledge levels, to work on all the knowledge levels of the students, and accordingly the course outcomes should be designed. Then comes the execution level. Once planning is done, so we have specified the educational objectives of a program. Then we have specified the outcomes of the program, what students will be able to acquire, what information, what skills, what attitude they would be able to acquire after completion of program. So we are done with the program outcomes. Then we have to include those courses which are in alignment with the program outcomes. So we are supposed to include only those courses which would help a student to achieve the program outcomes. So accordingly, the curriculum would be designed. Every course should be in alignment with the PO and PSOs. Then we would specify the course outcomes, and it would be unit wise. Then question paper setting would be done according to Bloom's taxonomy. So every kind of question would be included in the question paper. Questions would be there to check the K1 level. Questions would be there to check the K2 level. Questions would be there for checking the application, analyzing level. And there should be a few typical questions to check the K6 level as well. And accordingly, the question paper must include the questions which can directly be relatable to the course outcomes. So when we are specifying a question in the question paper, that should match a particular course outcome, so that we can check through that question, through the assessment of the question, whether that particular course outcome has been achieved or not. Right? And finally, we would map the COs, the course outcomes, with the program outcomes and program specific outcomes. Now, how this mapping is done? So, as you can see on the screen, for a particular program, various courses could be offered. So let's say for a particular program for BCom, let's say 10 courses are being offered under BCom program, right? It is not possible that every course is matching to a particular program outcome. As we have studied, there are 12 standardized program outcomes. For example, acquiring the knowledge, then analysis skills, then solving complex problems, then P10, PO10 is let's say teamwork, PO12 is lifelong learning, right? So these are the various program outcomes, and it is not feasible that every course can contribute to the achievement of every program outcome. Some courses may contribute to PO1, PO2, PO3, PO4, PO5, and some may contribute to other program outcomes, PO6, PO7, PO8, and so on, right? So our focus our focus should be on, while curriculum designing, while including the courses and while including the units in the courses, our focus should be to maximize the contribution of the courses towards program outcomes. Right? For example, if I take one particular course, for example, I've taken this course, there are 6 course outcomes. So course outcome 1, we would find whether it is contributing to program outcome 1, and if it is, then at what level the contribution is. So let's say there are 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3. One more thing that is very, very important to mention here, we should always take a scale of a standardized scale, a similar scale for every assessment. For example, if I am taking a scale of 1 to 3, 1 for low level of achievement, 2 for moderate, and 3 for high level of achievement, then I should use the same scale for assessment purpose as well, right? So for example, here CO1 is contributing to PO1, program outcome 1. So CO1 is how much contributing to the achievement of program outcome 1. If it is at moderate level, so we will be assigning here 2. For example, CO2 is contributing to the attainment of program outcome 1. It is highly correlated, then we will assign here 3, right? It may be possible, generally what happens during mapping, and this is very important to mention here, that this is the role of mapping. When we check the contribution of various course outcomes to the program outcomes, we will see there are certain course outcomes which don't contribute PO6, PO7, PO8, PO9, and so on. These POs are generally towards environment, towards society, the ethics, the teamwork, the communication skills, right? So generally, these are the outcomes which are difficult to attain and which are generally ignored in the traditional education system, the content-based education system. Generally, in content-based education system, we are confined to achievement of just PO1 to PO5 max to max, right? So this is the role of mapping. So when we map COs with POs, we will be able to realize that some course outcomes are not at all contributing to these program outcomes. So to increase the attainment, to increase the contribution, we can plan the academic support systems. For example, if a course is not contributing to lifelong learning, if a course is not contributing to teamwork, if a course is not contributing to communication skills, we can conduct certain activities. We can make academic support systems.
ये NAAC द्वारा वो है virtual conference है। अब कोई करो।
So we can develop academic systems. For example, if we want to contribute the course towards lifelong learning, towards the teamwork, or toward the communication skills, we can give assignment in a course to the student. Let's say to a group of 5 or 6 students, I gave assignment. Let's say I'm teaching goods and services tax. So while teaching the course, I gave assignments to the student, to a group of 5, 6 students. So what they are supposed to do, they have to find out the research papers on goods and services tax, and they have to work in a team, and they have to find out the research papers and write the reviews of the same. So this way they will be able to realize that GST is not confined to the registration procedures or whatever is mentioned in the course. Rather, there's so much into the subject which can be learned throughout their life, right? So through this way, lifelong learning program outcome can be achieved. Teamwork our program outcome can be achieved. I can make them presenting their projects or assignments. Through this, communication skills can be achieved. So generally, there is lesser contribution of the courses towards PO6 till PO12, and we have to develop the support systems to increase the contribution of the courses towards the program outcomes. So this is the role of mapping, right? So what here in mapping we do, we check the contribution of the course outcome towards the program outcomes and at what level they are correlated. For example, if course outcome 1 is contributing only at a low level towards lifelong learning program outcome, so we have assigned 1. When we find out PO-wise average, so this is the targets now we have to achieve through the assessment. So these are the targets with which we will compare the attained values. So these are the actually specified values, the specified outcome values with which we are going to compare the attained values in assessment level. As we have here mapped COs with the POs, here we can map our COs with program specific outcomes as well, and in the same way. So at what level CO1 is contributed to the achievement of program specific outcome 1. If it is at moderate level, we can assign 2. If it is at low level, we can assign 1. And similarly, we will find PSO1 average through this process, right? So this is the mapping level. Now moving towards the assessment, again, I just want to check whether all are awake, because the assessment is very, very tedious and complex. I just want you to answer this question, please. How many months in the year have 28 days? So sorry, I haven't asked how many. Yeah, it is 12. I didn't ask how many months in the year have only 28 days. So all months have 28 days. Yeah, thank you so much for the response, and I am able to judge that all of you are awake. Right, thank you. So moving further with the presentation, the third level is assessment level. So the third level is assessment level. So while assessing, we have now set the targets, right? We have specified the outcomes, we have specified the score of the outcomes, and we are supposed to compare the attained score with the specified score. And that can be done through assessment. So while assessment, what we do, we check whether the course outcomes have been attained. If course outcomes have been attained, these would lead to attainment of program outcomes. Program outcomes attainment would lead to the attainment of program specific outcomes. And if the program specific outcomes are attained, our program educational objectives would be attained, right? So first of all, we will check the attainment of the course outcomes. So there are actually two types of assessment methods for CO and PO attainment. One is direct assessment, the other one is indirect assessment. Direct assessment includes we give assignments to the students, we take internal tests of the students, we take end semester exams of the students, right? So these are direct methods for checking the attainment of the outcomes, course outcomes. Indirect assessment is when we conduct surveys, and surveys can be after the completion of the course, it can be after the completion of a program, or it can be from alumni surveys. Some organizations conduct survey from the employers, the placement companies. So these contribute to the this give us the data to analyze the assessment, the attainment of the outcomes, right? So if we look here, these four in blue part, assignments, internal exams, end semester exams, course and survey, these all are done to check the course outcomes attainment. And for program outcomes attainment, there are two methods. One, through the course outcomes attainment, and indirect method is survey, which includes the exit survey at the end of the program, and the other is alumni survey, right? So before moving to the next part, Just let me know whether my screen is visible. Whiteboard is visible to you.
Not yet. Yes. Visible.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. So when we talk about assessment, we do assessment at two levels. One is for course outcomes and the other is for program outcomes. Once we are done with the course outcome attainment, that score is used for program outcome attainment. So the first step in assessment is course outcome attainment, right? And while, as I told you earlier as well, we should always keep the levels, the scale same. So if, for example, if I have used the scale from 1 to 3, so 1 is low level of attainment, 2 is moderate, and 3 is high level of attainment. So we are supposed to keep that scale same. Now for CO attainment, we have two methods. One is direct and other one is indirect. So overall CO attainment will be made through direct and indirect methods both, right? So direct method, we will assign certain weightage. So let's say I am assigning 90% weightage to direct method and 10% weightage to indirect method or indirect score. So this would be my overall CO attainment, right? So here I will calculate the direct attainment score, I'll calculate the indirect attainment score, and weightage would be provided and weighted average score would be found out for overall CO attainment, right? This is not very rigid. You can change it. You can provide 80% weightage to direct method and 20% to indirect, or 75-25. It is up to you. But NBA manual specifies that 90% weightage should be given to direct methods and 10% to the indirect methods, right? Now, further, as I told you, there are two methods. One is direct and other is indirect. Direct, in direct method, what we do, we can give assignments to the students. We can take internal exams. We can take end semester exams to assess the students. And indirect way is through conducting a survey, right? So when we conduct a survey, we ask the students at the end of the course, we ask the students to what extent the course outcome has been attained, right? So they are supposed to answer on a scale of 1 to 3. Right? 1 for low, 2 for moderate, and 3 for high level of achievement, right? So here we will find a score for indirect attainment. And how that score would be calculated? So let's say there are total 60 students in a class after a course, right? We will check how many students have given level 1, how many students have given level 2, and how many students have given level 3. So this way we will calculate the weighted average to find out the final score for indirect attainment. So let's say 20 students have given level 1. So 1 into 20 plus 2 level has been given by 30 students. So 2 into 30 plus 3 into 10. Let's say 10 students have given level 3 divided by total number of students. This way we will get a score, let's say Y, for indirect attainment. Right? For direct attainment, how it is done, as I told you, there are various methods to assess these students. We conduct internal exams, we conduct end semester exams, we give assignments, we give objective tests. You is assigned. So this is all internal, right? So let's say internal has been assigned 20% weightage, and end semester it is a journal accepted weightage which is given to internal exams, and let's say end semester exams has been given 80% weightage. It is on the discretion of the institution how much weightage has to be assigned to the internal and an end semester exam. It can be 40-60, it can be 30-70 as per the discretion, right? So here we set certain targets. For example, let's say there is a descriptive test of 15 marks, and we set a threshold value of 60%. Obviously, if 60% marks are not being attained by any student, it means the course outcome is not fulfilled, right? So course outcome would be fulfilled at least students are getting 60% marks, right? So 60% marks happens to be 9, right? So here we will assign the levels, level 1, 2, 3. How come? So this is the threshold value a student has to achieve. Now we will calculate the percentage of students who have achieved this level. So if 60 to 80% has achieved more than 9 marks, so the level would be 1. If 80 to 90% of the students have achieved more than 9 marks, it would be level 2. And if it is more than 90%, the level 3 would be assigned. This way we will assign the levels for direct assessment, right? And for internal exams. And for end semester exams, again, levels would be defined, levels would be assigned according to the percentage of students who have got specified marks more than threshold value, right? And for direct attainment, we will use this formula. So 20% weightage to internal exams and 80% weightage to end semester exam. So this way we will be calculating direct attainment score. Let's say it is X. So first of all, we will check out the internal in marks in internal examination, and we will find the percentage of students acquiring more than the threshold value or threshold percentage, and we will accordingly assign the levels, right? Once levels are assigned, we will apply the formula of the weightage, 20% to internal, 80% to end semester, and we will find out the direct score. Now this is direct attainment score, this is indirect attainment score. This would be put in the overall attainment formula. So 90% to the direct, this is X, and whatever score we have obtained indirect, Y into 0.10. So this would be overall attainment for a particular course, right? And this would be calculated for every course, right? So let me share that screen again. Sir, are you asking a question from me?
No, it's a disturbance. Be muted.
So as I told you that for course attainment, we have to go through the marks, right? So now look at the slide. So for any course attainment, what we have just studied, that overall course attainment would be calculated by giving 90% weightage to direct and 10% weightage to indirect, right? For direct CO attainment, 20% weightage would be given to internal and 80% to the end semester. And for calculating the levels for internal and end semesters, we will use the target levels. Now, how will we use the target levels? For example, there is a 15 marks question or a test of 15 marks. Let's say 60% is the threshold value. So 9 marks is the threshold value. So if 60 to 79% of the students are getting marks more than 9, we will assign level 1. So this is low level of attainment. If almost 80 to 90% students are getting more than 9 marks, more than 60% marks, it means still this is moderate level of attainment. And if 90% of students are, more than 90% students are getting marks more than 9, so this would be level 3. So this way we can specify the targets. This is again at the discretion of the institution. These can be, if you want to be a bit liberal, so you can be changing the slab. It can be 60 to 70%, and here 70 to 80%. If level 3 for more than 80%, students getting more than 9 marks, level 3 can be assigned. So this is up to the institution. A bit discretion can be used here, right? This is for target levels for the end semester exams. So here there's a problem. What is the problem? In case of internal exams, we can have the marks of the students course outcome wise. But if we talk about the end semester exams, we get the total marks in our course. We don't get question wise marks. Here we cannot assign the marks course outcome wise, right? So here what we do, because end semester exams are a bit tough, so we can use level 1 for 50% of the students who have got passing marks, 60% of the students if they are getting 26 more than passing marks, so level 2 can be assigned, and so on. So this is an example. For example, in mid-semester test, as I told you, in execution level, you have to set the question paper according to the Bloom's taxonomy, number 1, and second, according to the course outcomes, right? So here, question 1 is related to achievement of the question, course outcome 1. Question 2 and 3 for CO2, question 4 and CO3. So if you are taking 2 exams in a particular semester, so you should cover the questions keeping all course outcomes in mind, so that we can check the attainment of all the course outcomes, right? So while question paper setting, due consideration should be paid so that all the course outcomes are covered and all knowledge levels are being tested. Right now, let's say these are the roll number wise marks for every question. So here you can see we have set the threshold value as 60%. So let's say 5 marks question is there, 60% marks are 3. So if marks obtained are more than 3, only then it means the course outcome 1 has been attained. Otherwise, if marks are 1 or 2, it means the course outcome has not been attained by that student, right? So first step, we set a threshold value. So I have set the threshold value as 3, right? So only those students would be considered who are obtaining marks more than 3. So let's say total students are 7 and 6 students have got more than 3 marks. So the percentage of students getting more than 3 marks is 85%. So 85% as specified by us is level 2. So it means 85% of the students, if they have got more than 60% marks, so level 2 would be assigned. So here for course outcome 1, level 2 has been assigned. Similarly, for question 2 and 3, this is calculated for both the questions. Let's say this is 3, so average would be taken. If it is 3 and it is 2 here in question 3, so average would be taken, and here the attainment level would be 2.5. Right? And this way we will calculate the course outcome attainment for every course outcome. Right? Similarly, in another test, we set the question paper from keeping in mind course outcome 4 and 5 and 6, and accordingly we will check the attainment level. This was descriptive test. We do assign students with some projects, so we are giving certain assignments. Accordingly, we can provide the marks to the students. Again, we have set the standard. We check out the percentage of the students who have got more than 60% marks, and accordingly we assign the attainment level. For example, here 77% students, and the target value is for assignment. If 77% of the students are getting marks more than 60%, the threshold value, we assign level 1. So accordingly, level 1 here has been assigned. And as I told you, in end semester exam, we cannot find out the question wise marks. So here, whatever percentage we will get, whatever the attainment level we will get, it would be for the all, it would be common for all the course outcomes. For example, this is different in case of internal exams. This is different for every course outcome. For external exam, for the end semester exam, because we are not getting question wise marks, this would be common for all the course outcomes. So in the next step, what we will do for the attainment of COs, we will enter these marks. Let's say we have conducted 2 tests, mid semester 1 and mid semester 2, and we have taken assignments as well. So this is the attainment level. For assignment and descriptive, we are taking average here. So as I told you, how we will calculate, internal would be given 20% weightage and external end semester exams would be given 80% weightage. So the CO attainment would be calculated. How come? 20% weightage to this. So 0.20 into 1.625 plus 0.80 into 3. So this is the attainment level for CO1. This is actually the attainment. So maximum score is 3 and we have scored for this particular CO1, we have attained 2.73. Moreover, in this table, you can see the external exam score. It is common for all the course outcomes. So here we cannot find out question-wise marks. So we find out the percentage of students who are getting more than, let's say, 60% marks. Accordingly, we assign the level, and that level would be common for every course outcome. So this is the way to find out the direct CO attainment. Now, for indirect CO attainment, there is a survey. So we conduct the survey. We ask the students to what level, according to them, the course outcome has been attained. They can assign 1, 2, or 3 if they feel like that they feel that the course has led to achievement of course outcome 1 at a very strong level. They can assign level 3, and if they feel it has been achieved to low level, then they can assign level 1 to the same. Right now, calculating the score, indirect score, which I wrote as Y, it is calculated with the formula 1 into number of students who have given the level 1, 2 into number of students who have given the level 2. So 3 into 19 plus 2 into 12 plus 1 into 2 divided by the total number of students. So this is CO1 attainment level, indirect, and till CO6. So one we are done with direct attainment for all the 6 course outcomes and indirect attainment for all the 6 course outcomes. Then we find out the CO attainment score overall. How it is done? We all know now that direct attainment is given 90% weightage and indirect attainment is given 10% weightage. So 90% of 0.90 into this plus 0.10 into this, we get this attainment. 2.71 for course outcome. This is overall attainment. And when we take average of these 6, this is the CO attainment for the total course, right? If we see there is a gap, let's say the value comes out to be, let's say 1.5, it means there's a lot of gap between 3 and 1.5. So here what we can do to improve the performance of the students, we can conduct bridge classes, we can assign critical topics, we can ask them to solve the university question papers, so that to improve their performance, so that course outcomes can be achieved to much extent. This is about CO attainment, and we have to do this process for every course. So for example, if we are teaching 30 courses in a program, so for every course, a teacher has to find out the direct attainment score, indirect attainment score through conducting a survey after every course, and finally, all the CO attainment score for all the courses you have to note down to check the PO attainment. Right? Now, how PO attainment is done? So once all the courses are done, now is the time to assess the program outcomes, whether the program outcomes have been achieved and to what extent they have been achieved. We'll have to calculate the score, right? So again, PO attainment, as we discussed in that slide, PO attainment can be direct and indirect. So direct PO attainment can be through the CO's attainment. So here what we do, we set in CO-PO matrix, we have set that target. So target of PO, every PO into CO attainment, we have calculated overall CO attainment value for every course. So target of PO into CO attainment divided by 3. This way we will calculate the PO attainment for every course. Then coming to the second part, that is indirect attainment. So indirect attainment, we found two methods. Through that slide, we learned two methods. One is exit survey. When a student completes the program, he is going out of the institution, you can get a survey filled asking the student to again assign 1, 2, 2, 3 on the response on 1, 2, 2, 3 scale, that to what extent he feels that program outcome 1 has been achieved, program outcome 2 has been achieved. He will assign 1 for low level, 2 for moderate, and 3 for high level of achievement of that program outcome. Then again, we can conduct alumni survey. We can conduct a survey from the employers, right? So here again, that weighted average formula will be used. So if we have got responses from, let's say, 30 students while they are exiting from the institution, we will check how many students have assigned level 1, how many students have assigned level 2, let's say it is 15, and how many students have assigned level 3. So we will calculate the weighted average score from the exit survey. So this is the formula. So level 1 into number of students who have assigned level 1 plus level 2 into number of students who have assigned level 2 plus level 3 into number of students who have assigned level 3 divided by total number of students. And same formula can be used for alumni survey. Once we get the score, let's say this is score A and this is score B. Here we will take, for indirect score, we will take average of the two. A plus B divided by 2, we will get value of Y, right? Once we got the value for direct attainment, let's say this is X and this is Y, we will calculate the overall PO attainment. And overall PO attainment will be calculated here. 80% weightage will be given to direct attainment and 20% weightage will be given to indirect attainment. This is again at the discretion of the institution. This can be varied. This can be 70-30 or this can be 90-10. This is totally as per the discretion of the institution. But as per the NBA manual, for the time being, 80% weightage is being assigned to the direct PO attainment and 20% weightage is being assigned to indirect method, right? So now we will see how it is done practically. Let me share the screen again. So for PO attainment, this is the target we have set for the course. When we did that CO-PO matrix we made, we calculated the averages and we found this target values, right? Now, this is the target value. Now we have to calculate the attained value. So for attained value, we have learned the formula, and the formula is the target value of PO into CO attainment value. So CO attainment value we will get from this table. This is the CO attainment value. CO attainment value into the target value divided by 3. So these are the attained values for these program outcomes. As I have told you earlier as well, that every course cannot contribute to every program outcome. There may be certain courses which would be covering PO1 to PO5, there may be certain courses which would be covering PO6 to PO12 or PO8 to PO12. So accordingly, we will calculate the values for only those POs to which the course contributes, right? So these are the attained values. Now, this is the target value. This is the attained value. So this is the difference. There's a gap. this is this target, and this is the attainment. So if there is a gap which is very wide, which is very high gap, so there's a load of work to be done to reduce that gap. So what we can do, we can encourage our students to learn more. We should try to conduct some to include certain support systems to enrich their knowledge. We should encourage them to go through the other information sources as well. So this way we should focus on reducing that gap. And same procedure is to be done for program specific outcomes mapping as well. So we set the targets, we find out the attained score, we compared if there is a gap, so there should be efforts to reduce that gap. So this is PO direct attainment. Now coming to PO indirect attainment. So in PO, for PO indirect attainment, we conduct exit survey, we conduct alumni survey. For that purpose, we send students a questionnaire to be filled. They have to, provide the response on level of on a scale of 1 to 3. So what they feel, to what extent PO1 has been achieved, PO2 has been achieved, or program specific outcome 1 has been achieved, and so on. So here we will calculate the score. So level 1 into number of students who have given level 1 plus 2 into 7, number of students who have given level 2 plus 3 into 40 divided by total number of students, we will get the attainment level for exit survey. Similar thing will be done for alumni survey. We will get this both marks for exit survey, for alumni survey, and by calculating averages for the two, we will get the score for indirect attainment. Once we got the survey score for indirect attainment, now this is the master table. We have to put all the figures now into the master table. So these are various courses, let's say, to be taught in a particular program. So we will put the score which we calculated. For example, this is the score we calculated. This is the attained score for every course. This is the attained score. So we will put this score here in the POs where the course is contributing, right? So these are the various courses, these are the various contribution attained scores of the courses towards various POs or PSOs. Then we will calculate the average to find out the direct attainment. Indirect attainment we have taken from the exit and alumni average score, right? So this is the direct attainment score. This is the indirect attainment score. Now we all know that direct has weightage of 80% and indirect has weightage of 20%. We will apply the formula 0.80 into this score plus 0.20 into this score. We will get the PO attainment. Now this is the attainment score for various POs from both direct and indirect methods. Now we have set certain targets. How these targets are set, when we make that COPO matrix, there are so many courses under a particular program. So we try to include the contribution of the courses under every program outcome, right? So let's say there are 30 courses and 30 courses in a particular program. So 30 into 6 course outcomes, it would be 180. So at least 20% program outcomes should be attained. So for 20% of it is 180, 20% is 36. So at least 36 program outcomes, we will find out the percentage and we'll set the target level. Right, so this is the target level, this is the attainment level. If there is a gap, then additional classes should be conducted. This is actually, this is a sheet I have taken from NBA manual. Here, if there is a gap between the attainment level and the target level, then we should work on reducing that gap, right? Additional classes can be conducted, tutorial classes can be conducted, teaching program pedagogy can be improved to become more practical oriented, right? More problems can be given for practice. So this way, the corrective measures should be planned to reduce this gap. right? So this is the process of assessment. How the whole process goes of assessment. We firstly calculate the course outcomes attainment for every course. Then we calculate PO attainment, direct and both indirect, right? And then we calculate the overall PO attainment score, keeping in mind all the courses, right? Coming to the challenges in implementation of outcome-based education. When we talk about the challenges, as we have seen that we have specified the outcomes, and accordingly we are done every planning to achieve that outcome. So we are making the curriculum according to the outcome, we are taking the courses according to the outcome, we are designing the outcomes very carefully. It's a challenge actually. So curriculum design actually is a challenge currently in outcome-based education. Firstly, educators are very familiar with the content-based curriculum design, which starts with identifying the content that the students have to study or learn, because that content is considered as important. However, there is significant difference between outcome-based education and content-based education. OB doesn't deny the importance of the content, but it requires content as a vehicle for helping the students to achieve the pre-specified outcomes. So the curriculum design has to be done very carefully, keeping in mind the outcomes here. So we teachers are very focused, very habitual towards content-based teaching. So we will have to switch to the outcome-based teaching. So we will have to switch to the curriculum designing, keeping the specified outcomes. Second challenge is outcomes designing. As you have seen, outcomes designing is a proper process in itself, right? Well-written outcomes are not easy to design. We have to force ourselves to think about the ways in which students could possibly demonstrate their learning, and these must indicate the complexity of the learning that we are expecting. So outcomes should be framed with the due care. Then next is mind setup or attitude of the teachers. As you have seen the assessment procedure, the attainment scores calculation, this is very complex. And 50% of the staff in the colleges, they are not young staff. They are not used to such calculations. They are not that techno savvy, and it needs a lot of training. I really appreciate the efforts of the college. Hats off to you that at such initial level you are organizing conferences, you are having sessions on outcome-based education, on academic bank of credits, then quality enhancement or quality this NHEQP framework. So this will certainly lead to improvement in the attitude of the teachers. They have to learn outcome-based education methods so as to meet the current needs of education system. Another challenge is assessment procedures. So assessment procedures learning is very difficult. It is very tedious. You have to calculate the attainment for every course outcome. You have to enter the marks for every student, for every question in the Excel sheet, and you have to calculate the percentage and then assign levels. So it's a very tedious process, and it requires a lot of training of the teachers, and it is again a challenge how it would be implemented. Then next is mindset of students. Generally what happens in our institution as well, students come to us, they ask, please tell us important questions that would appear in the exams. So if they want, they come with outcomes while joining the institution. They want those outcomes to be achieved So they'll have to change their attitude or mindset up. They should focus on learning part. They should not focus on getting the credits, right? So there is a dire need to change their mindset up as well, that you are here to learn, you are here to achieve the outcomes, and you will have to go into thorough learning of the course. Finally, the challenges of financial allocation. This is a sorry state of the education system in India. If I talk about Punjab, where I'm residing, or nearby states, many colleges are not even paying full scales specified by UGC to be teachers, and when they are not motivated, when they are not getting what they deserve financially, they are not rewarded. So how can we expect teachers to implement such a complicated, such a complex system if they are not motivated? So government's intervention is required at this time. If government wants to make a switch in our government wants an upgradation or reorientation of our education system, so government's intervention is needed here. So these are the challenges. If we look at some research in on outcome-based education, many countries, because it's a tedious process, it requires a lot of planning, and a lot of complex calculations are required to be done for assessments to identify the gaps. So in many countries it was implemented. There's a mixed kind of response in various countries. It was a failure in Australia, but it was successful in Malaysia. In India, in engineering education, it was found to be successful. In certain countries, a gap was, this is just a few research I have shown here. So if you go through the research available on outcome-based education, you will get mixed kind of response. Some specify that there's a gap between the outcomes attained and the specified outcomes. So every eyes are on us when we are talking about national education policy, which is putting too much focus on outcome-based education. We have to go for more training of the teachers, more changing of the mindset of the teachers. We require more workshops on the same, so that it should be implemented in full swing, so that we can actually find out the success of outcome-based education. So that's it from my side. This is the final quote. When we teach, we should not satisfy our vanity by teaching so many great things. Just awaken the people's curiosity, and it is enough to open minds. Don't overload them. Put there a spark, and if there is good and flammable stuff, it will catch fire. So I found this quote by Anatole France very, very inspiring. So I am open for queries. If you have any queries, you can ask.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your informative talk. I welcome Ms. Vijita KV to deliver.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
A very good afternoon to all. It gives me an immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for this event to all the dignitaries who are gathered here. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Manpreet Kaur, Assistant Professor, Sri Aurobindo College of Commerce and Management, who spent her precious time and enlightened all of us with innovative ideas on outcome-based education for quality enhancement. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you so much.
I would like to thank Ms. Shilpa Joshi, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, who gave welcome speech. I would take this opportunity to express my deep regards to our principal, Dr. Chako Joseph, for his enormous support and guidance to make this event. I also wish to express my gratitude to all the hardworking and dedicated IQAC organizing team members for their tireless efforts to make this conference a grand success. I mention my deep sense of thanks and appreciation to all the participants who were live with us and attended this conference with great enthusiasm. Once again, thank you all for being with us today. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for participating in the session, and thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful speech. And now, I'm concluding the session, and our next session will start at 1:40. So please join the meeting at that time. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Before leaving the meeting, please turn on your camera so that we can take a group photo. Please turn on the camera. Please turn on the camera. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone.
sir.
We'll start our next session at 1:40.
Madam, we'll start at 1:40.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the morning session got delayed a little bit, so we'll start at 1:40.
No problem, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've reached the last session of our 2 days National Conference on Quality Enhancement of Institutions of Higher Learning, Transformational Role of NEP 2020. This session is on the important topic of Academic Bank of Credits and Quality Enhancement. Our speaker today is Dr. J.S. Dorothy, Senior Regional Director, ICNU Regional Center, Kallur. I invite Eldo sir to deliver the welcome speech and to introduce our honorable speaker for the session.
Good afternoon, all. We are into the final session of the 2-day virtual national conference on quality as enhancement of institutions, higher learning, transformational role of NEP 2020. It's been informative and a lively session all through. And this afternoon, we have with us Dr. J.S. Dorothy, Senior Regional Director, ICNU Regional Center, Cochin. Dr. J.S. Dorothy has her degree in commerce. She has her master's in food and nutrition and MPhil in food and nutrition. She also has her master's in public administration and distance education as well. Apart from that, she also has done postgraduate diploma in distance education, higher education, and finally, she has her doctorate in Bangalore, Chennai, and Bijapur before she has
Afternoon. I hope I'm audible. Due to some technical issues, we couldn't hear the invite. I hand over the mic to Eldo sir again.
Good afternoon, all. First session of today virtual national conference on quality enhancement of institutions, higher learning, transformational role of NEP 2020. It's been informative and lively session all through. And this afternoon we have with us Dr. J.S. Dorothy, Senior Regional Director, IGNOU Regional Center, Cochin. Dr. Dorothy J.S. has her degree in commerce. She has her master's and MPhil in food and nutrition. She also has a master's degree in public administration and distance education. Apart from that, she also has done a postgraduate diploma in distance education and diploma in higher education. And she also holds a doctorate in education. She was the first employee as Deputy Director of Bijapur Regional Center in Karnataka and is responsible to make the regional functional in 2011 and later on hand it over to the Regional Director in 2013. She has worked in 4 regional centers before joining Cochin, which was Jaipur, Bangalore, Chennai, and Bijapur. She is also proficient in computer and pianoforte, theory of music, which she has done through the Trinity College of Music in London, United Kingdom. She also has good translation techniques where she does English to Tamil and also has good report writing and speech delivery. She also is volunteer for maintaining greenery, especially interested in creating roadside garden from discarded uprooted plants. She also has interest in protection of life, human, wild, as well as plant life. And she also is ensuring work-life balance of dislocated employees, facilitating integrated classrooms and assisting accustomed to GEM portal utility as well. Now, on behalf of the IQAC, St. Aloysius College, and on my personal behalf, I welcome Dr. Dorothy J.S. to the session. Now you can take over the session. Welcome.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I thank Dr. Charco, Principal, the management of St. Aloysius College, and all the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I'll go to the subject directly, the ABC and quality enhancement. And if we have to brush up the basics so that we can relate it, it is more like a little advanced, which is yet to be implemented as of now, because we are from 21 to 22 academic year onwards, we are supposed to get in. And as of now, only 1,000 odd academic institutions have been found in that ABC portal. So the basics you need to know, which you have been recapping the first session, is that it was the NEP in 2020, the first education policy after of the 21st century. And this time we are taking into the aspect of integrity and accountability, besides access, equity, quality. So under 4 pillars we are talking about, and the restructuring of the old 10+2 concept. And the first mention of academic bank of credit in NEP document is in the section 11 at 11.9, where it talks about towards a more holistic and multidisciplinary education. And this press release, clipping will indicate that ABC has become mandate even for ODL institution. So much more mandatory for the conventional education system institution. And most of the points I have taken from this website, abc.gov.in. And wherever I have selected the website, I'm just giving it so that it will be useful for you to brush up and have a continuous learning even after this conference. So the Academic Bank of Credits, this portal is as such, it is a unique one in that it is a bank for academic purpose. And even though there are intermediate slides, I have just around 42 points to share about it, all with one question and an answer so that it will ring in your mind. And after the presentation, I'll be handing over the PowerPoint to the organizers who can circulate. And I also acknowledge now the role of Shri Mohammad Ansar in helping me to facilitate all this back office operation for this live session. And on the pattern of commercial bank, this ABC also work. So what you do in a financial setup, you deposit something, you withdraw something, and you take some loan also. So all this is possible in academic bank. And it is for students as academic account holders. It's not for anybody else. And it is an academic service mechanism. And what does academic bank does for students as academic account holders is that 4 things: credit verification, credit accumulation, credit transfer or redemption, authentication of academic records. We'll be seeing it in detail as we proceed. So you should remember this VATA, that is verification, accumulation, transfer, authentication. Sorry. And the base for Academic Bank of Credit, it has been established in line with the National Academic Depository. So this National Academic Depository, it was established in 2017 before this NEP formed in 2020. So this is the backbone for ABC. This is what I want to highlight. So we have been using a platform before the policy has been formed. It's more like getting all the amenities before moving into the new home, I should say. So the NAD, what is NAD? Even though our topic is not related to NAD, we need to touch little so that we will understand ABC better in terms of NAD also. Because NAD is the backbone on which ABC is built. And then ABC is more like a virtual bank which links the education institution and also the students. So NAD is on the online store of academic record. And what academic awards mean? It means certificate, diploma, degree, mark sheet, and they have also specified one etc. So etc. we can relate to transcript, the migration certificate, the transfer certificate, the conduct certificate, and also the repetition certificate. Many a time or the course completion certificate, which we are sometimes we give to the student if they are not successfully completing the program of study. And the academic awards has to be lodged by the academic institution, the boards, and eligibility assessment bodies. And it has to be in the digital format. So who implements the NAD? It is both the Ministry of Education and in a permanent scheme called DigiLocker. This DigiLocker is owned by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So far, if you have been seeing all education policy, implementation, the governance, and also the execution at local field level was done by only one ministry. Whereas for the first time, integration of already existing schemes like NAD with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology for use of Ministry of Education in implementing ABC has been visionized. So NAD is a store of academic house. Academic awards, it's basically like mitochondria, we should say. in our body. So this National Academic Depository, it holds the students' academic data. But student cannot say, I have completed, there is, and he cannot feed the academic data. As to an individual student cannot feed his or own academic data into the portal, but they can open an account. So who will upload the academic awards? It has to be by the education institution. And all this, what is the duty of a student? What is the duty of an education institution? Are given in this frequently asked question related to NAD. Because our scope is of this paper is related to ABC and quality enhancement, I'll be relating little to NAD whenever needed, but not in detail. So I'm just giving a link which will help you to know more about NAD. So the base for academic bank of credit is that the student has to register or it has to comment the credit transfer. So once a student register and have a account, then he can save, he can accumulate the credits he has studied, he can redeem it, and he can transfer it, and he can also ask for what is the process when it comes to authentication of records. So what is the final account of outcome of credit redemption or issuance of certificate or compilation of awards are all administered by academic institution via the NAD platform. So you should remember, once again, I repeat it, only a student can open an account in ABC, but he or she cannot, say that I have completed so many credits. So academic award input has to be by the education institution. So that is where it has become mandatory for education institution to step into the ABC platform, and also to facilitate the academic bank of credit transfer, accumulation, redemption, and authentication using DigiLocker in the NAD platform. So that we should remember. It is not in a separate window. It is in the already available NAD platform. So why the academic institution must mandatorily register themselves under ABC via NAD? So why we can ask? So the first step for any academic institution is to mandatorily register themselves under ABC. So as a result, they are the owner of academic records, and they know who are the students who access the study in their institution and who are eligible for claiming, that is redemption, accumulating, that is credits, what they have studied based on the courses which they have successfully completed, so that they can authenticate it when it comes to award of degree or diploma or certificate, depending upon the credit value of the course accumulated. So the owner of academic awards is always the academic institution, and hence the academic institution must mandatorily register themselves under the ABC via NAD. So I'm just giving NAD's website once again, and so that you will know how to get into it. So once you get into it, it will look like this. And University Grants Commission is also, the icon is also there. And you have to register now is basically for the institution. And I'll be showing what are the things you need to register when it comes to for an education institution also. And the degree certificate mark sheets have to be uploaded, and you have to verify on demand. So it is 24/7 person has to be employed. So our concept is how we are going to function as education institution. Is it for the strict timing, only for the librarian to be there after the college timings, or now it's going to be a round-the-clock availability? That is the first change which is going to bring into the functioning of education institution because of implementation of the ABC. So the regulation governing the establishment and operation of the ABC, it has a specific, the UGC Grants Commission has a regulation
of establishment and operation of academic bank of credit in higher education. There it is 2021. And I'll be sending this also along with the PowerPoint later. And I'll be touching the salient features of what it is in the coming slides. So who can avail of the facility? Only student belonging to eligible higher education institution can avail. Not self-assessment or self-learning is not permissible. So access through to a study through higher education institution is a must to be to avail of the facility of the academic bank of credit. And eligibility criteria for higher education institution to register for ABC. We know the various classes of education institution, the universities, the autonomous colleges, the deemed to be university, the institution of national importance, and others who are empowered to confer a degree based on Act of Parliament. And the regulations of this 2021, it has specific guidelines related to these universities, autonomous colleges deemed to be universities, and institution of national importance. It is basically the sub-regulation 2 governing for the universities and autonomous colleges, and section 3 for deemed to be university, and there is a separate section for autonomous colleges also. So you have to think which category you belong to when you are before logging into the NAD portal and uploading your academic awards. And here is what you can have a new vision, I should say, of what is your strength and what is your weakness in terms of others' strength, and what are the opportunities you can encash based on your strength, and when you adopt somebody else's strength for your use, and also the threats which are available based on the employability market or the dropout rate or the success or the pressure to increase the GER. So all this will come into a picture when it comes to for you to frame the syllabus. So how can the accreditation status of the institution can be verified? It's from the website. So it becomes mandatory on part of education institution to specify of what is their status and the pro forma in which they have to they have got the status. That also has to be uploaded in the website. So generally, many a time we won't be able to put that the communication from NAAC for 5-star in our, we only will say that it is, we are the A+, and then why we have got it is not specified. Now we have to put that also in our website. And what next after fulfilling the eligibility criteria by institution is after they register in the ABC platform, fulfilling the provision in UGC Commission, that is the rules, regulations as per the 2021 is a must. So even yesterday, if you are, I'm just linking up, I was also taking some view of how the various speakers were talking. The highlights were the integrity and the field work, and also how the employer will view our degree, the employability of the passed out learners. So all this has been spelled out of how we are going to define. So, and then their life skills at the end, all has to be considered and elaborated in the syllabi which we have formed. And we also know CBCS, choice-based credit system, is in vogue now on almost all universities. And we are also facilitating the channel-based counseling session based on regional language. So regional language importance is also there. Then among that, so the courses are going to be constant, whether it is discipline-wise or ability enhancement or elective or the compulsory courses. So among this, how we are going to give variety. so that the student have a good buffet when it comes to the academic subjects, and he can choose on their own and have the degree according to their preference. So the applicability of ABC, the credits obtained by undertaking the courses in registered higher education institution during or after the academic year 2021 to 2022 are eligible for credit transfer, credit accumulation, redemption through Academic Bank of Credit. Here now one of our checkpoints for our own institution is, have you entered the portal? Because the policy, the government rule says 2021 to 2022 onwards, this has been implemented. Are we in the portal? It's a self-check point to be taken for each of the participant in terms of the education institution where we belong. And the function of ABC, the Academic Bank of Credit shall deposit credits awarded by registered higher education institution for courses. Courses means subjects perused therein in the academic bank accounts of the students. So now, so far what we are doing, the registrar office, we keep a record of what the student selectives are, what they opted at the time of admission, and whether they have completed in which attempt, etc. Now, beyond this, we have to put it in the website, in the Academic Bank of Credit portal using the NAD DigiLocker available. So the validation of documents by ABC, ABC shall not accept any document pertaining to course credit directly from students. So this is where we always say, many a time a false notion about ABC is, oh, the student can get access to education anywhere and they can pass out from anywhere, subject to 50% completion of the university which award the degree. So there is no need for many education institution. It is wrong, because ABC do not accept any document from the students for course credits or completion. It has to be entertained only by the registered HEI awarding the credit. So even if you award 2 credit course, the lowest one, when it comes to the skill enhancement aspects, it has to be only done by that specific education institution. So there is the myth that education institution will be done away because of ABC is false, based on this need for validation of documents by the registered HEI, the higher education institution. Can ABC award degree, diploma, certificate? The answer is no. Why? Because ABC is a facility for credit accumulation, transfer, and redemption. The degree, diploma, certificate has to be awarded only by the registered higher education institution. And this higher education institution, especially which want to award the degree, the student should have completed 50% from that specific institution. So the credit from the parent institution, that is what I just shared with you. The slide says that the student shall be required to earn at least 50% of the credit from the parent institution where he or she is enrolled for a program. So in other words, the challenge for anyone working in an education institution is, suppose a student join our university or an education institution, and then he completes only 50% and fetches others credit. What is making the student to go there? That is the first point you have to check when it comes to our SCOT analysis. What is the strength of our opponent, which is making our student to go and take it? Can that the weakness which we, or the lacuna which we assess, can it be studied in terms of strengthening our own curriculum so that that option is possible in our own institution, so that there is student mobility is not there? That is one. The second, what are the opportunities when we have a wide variety of subjects? And what is the opportunity of sister concern institution across the the Indian subcontinent. So when people are moving, can we say, if you are geographically dislocated, can we tell the student, if you go to this place, this institution, you can join. So more than the pre-admission counseling, the sustenance of the learner in the program of study and facilitating the access of the program to successful completion by an individual learner, irrespective of where he got the access into the program. That is, irrespective of where he got the admission, is the main aim for this ABC. Meaning of credit. We all are very much accustomed to credit. For each course, we have 2 credit, 4 credit, 6 credit, 8 credit. And then the credit is the standard methodology of calculating academic transaction. And they have defined it slightly different in the sense 1 credit equals 1 hour of theory or 1 hour of tutorial or 2 hours of laboratory work. Generally, we talk about 3 hours per week for a duration of a semester, 30 to 15 weeks. So in other words, see, in yesterday in the morning session you were, and also in the afternoon session, the one point which was highlighted frequently was that the slow learners and the out of reach learners, that is who's not in the mainstream, have to come to the mainstream. And at the same time, employability has to be ensured. So based on this, generally laboratory work, when you split it, so the entire work is reduced into 2 or 3 sessions, and so that the learning process is enhanced. That is how we can interpret when the NEP has documented that 1 credit equals 2 hours of laboratory work. And when it comes to internship, it is defining in terms of week. So it says credit for internship shall be 1 credit per 1 week of internship, subject to maximum of 6 credit. So it also defines, see, many a time when we are adult learners, we don't mind doing field work project than this course completion. So that limit also the NEP has put by telling beyond 6 credits, the internship should not extend. So now we are coming to the terminologies of accumulation, redemption, transfer, which we touched in the first few slides. So the credit accumulation means the facility created by ABC, that is Academic Bank of Credit, in the academic bank account opened by the learners in order to transfer and consolidate the credits earned by them by undergoing the courses. So first, for any credit to be earned, they have to undergo the course. So they have to successfully complete that particular course. And the second is they have to have an academic bank account opened. And this is possible only by the learner. So academic credit accumulation is a student-centered activity. There is no donation cannot be made from any education institution to any student for to put it in under credit accumulation in the academic bank account. So the next is credit recognition. Credit recognition means the credit earned through a registered higher education institution and transferred directly to the ABC by such HEI. So this is linked with the credit accumulation. Credit accumulation is basically a student-centered activity. A student enrolls, completes, so he knows he has completed this program. After he completes, it's more like result declaration. That is what credit recognition. So once he says that I have completed, validation of academic awards is always by the higher education institution where the learner has taken admission and successfully completed that program or the course of study. And then credit transfer means the mechanism by which the registered HEI are able to receive or provide prescribed credit to individual academic bank account in adherence. So there are two aspects. One is to receive or to provide prescribed credit. So suppose some other learner is coming to you to ask to fetch 50% of your completion and then enroll, then you have to receive that credit from another institution. And you have to provide if he is moving out. And so the individual academic bank accounts highest as per the UGC credit norms for a particular course, and it has to be undertaken by the student enrolled in a higher education institution within India. So as of now, this is what we are talking. So outside the geographical location of our Indian subcontinent, we are not going to, this rule is not going to be applicable. That will may take in the next step. That is a different. So friends, we were listening to credit accumulation, and then credit recognition, and then credit transfer. Credit accumulation is student-centered activity. Credit, the recognition is education institution-centered activity. Credit transfer is also a education institution activity. Now, credit redemption. Credit redemption means the process of commuting the accrued credit in academic bank of accounts of the students maintained in ABC, that is Academic Bank of Credit, for the purpose of fulfilling the credit requirement for award of degree, diploma, or certificate, or coursework for PhD program, etc. etc. We can always say whether they are going to give an awareness program. They are not talking about lifelong learning, and then life skill program. All this is part of it when it comes to a learning process by the registered degree awarding institution. In this, friends, you got to remember, once again, I repeat, credit accumulation is learner-centered activity. I just touch it. Okay. And then the credit recognition is by education institution. The credit transfer is again education institution. The credit redemption is also the education institution based activity. Now, this is where this credit redemption is just going to be 50% of your institution, and that is the awarding agency, awarding higher education institution. The rest 50 can be from anybody who is in the ABC portal, fulfilling the criteria of 2021 regulation of UGC. Now is again, the strength, weaknesses, the opportunity, the threats, which gives the which is prevalent in each step of our ABC, will only augment your strength as an institution. So here, how you are going to be large-hearted to say that somebody's course is same as yours, so that it can be counted along with the 50%, or when you are going to count that particular course of another institution for your coursework or award of degree or diploma or certificate, will you be genuine enough to identify what is the lacuna in your institution is a big question, which this credit redemption activity will open up when it comes to field level execution. And then I repeat once again, this credit accumulation is mainly to transfer and consolidate the credit. So it may look like I'm just repeating, but the highlight is different. It's for transfer and consolidating the credit by each of the learner by undergoing the courses. Okay, so the credit accumulation, the recognition, the redemption, the transfer, and then we are also talking about the credit accumulation from student side, how it facilitate the transfer and consolidate the credit in awarding the degree. So this ABC platform, so it all leads to a new concept of ABC platform. So we have been talking, the student has to open an account, and then he has to have an account to facilitate transfer. So what is this ABC platform? It's a virtual repository or credit-based built along the lines of National Academic Depository, created and maintained by the MIAT, that is the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and it stores the credit scores obtained by students in the online platform. So this is where you have to highlight the role of institution in putting, as soon as you declare the result, it has to be there in the ABC platform. The ABC platform, the students will have their own account, and each student will have their own ABC ID. And there is dashboard also where they can track their credit transfer, accumulation, and request, and also credit history. And the student can also perform the credit transfer initiation record and a follow-up view request status effectively, just like traditional bank. So if you just see, it is not like check transfer, it is more like Nifty or IMPS, you can say. It is, once you initiate, after some time, it says the amount has been credited. So so our activity, academic activity of internal evaluation, external evaluation, should not only culminate in ABC platform by uploading the awards, but also with a follow-up message to each of the individual learner, stating that their records have, the result have been declared in the portal. So in a nutshell, the ABC will make it easier to recognize, transfer, and redeem credits undergone by the learner. So what is the meaning of academic bank account? The academic bank account means an individual account with the academic bank of credit. It has to be opened and operated by the learner. So academic bank account is a student-centered activity. And the award uploading is an education-centered activity. That is through the DigiLocker in the NAD. So to every individual academic bank account with the ABC, all academic credits earned by the student from courses of study, or there are 7 functions: deposited, recognized, maintained, accumulated, transferred, validated, or redeemed. So these 7 duties are going to be additional work for education institution. So far we have been uploading the mark, we issue the mark sheet, present to the principal for signature, and then it goes to the student. And if any duplicate or grade card or mark sheet is asked, that process is being followed. Now, all the academic awards has to be deposited. Once it is deposited, how you are going to recognize others' credit which has been deposited, and how your credit deposited in some other institution account is being recognized. So the process of equivalence of syllabi, generally we give it to the students who migrate. Now it has to be specified in the website for each of the cycle of admission. And how you are going to maintain. Maintenance is going to be a continuous activity. When you are telling I am maintaining my education qualification, your yesterday's qualification is also stands valid. What you add on to the already existing maintains matters a lot. So how you are going to maintain the academic awards which has been uploaded, whether the student has asked for improvement, reevaluation, all that will come into picture. And how the student accumulates, it also a matter of concern. So when it comes to 49% and the student is, you are unable to award the degree as an institution, the accumulated accounts, the credits is going to be recognized. It is going to be deposited in another institution for award of degree by the learner as per his preference. And how the process of transfer of awards are being asked is also a matter of concern, because the speed at which we transfer and validate a record will facilitate the redeeming process by the adopting education institution. So all these activities, that is how it is deposited, that is the credits, academic credits, how it is being deposited, being recognized, being maintained, being accumulated, being transferred, being validated, or being redeemed is a matter of concern not only for the student, but also for the education institution where the student has sought the admission and now moving ahead or continuing in the process of successful completion for award of degree, a diploma or certificate as the case may be. So all academic credits earned by the student from courses of study, as I have said, deposited, recognized, maintained, accumulated, transferred, validated, redeemed. 7 functions. It's mainly for the purpose of award of degree, diploma, certificate, the transcript, that etc. is they are always putting this document behind degree, diploma, certificate, so that no query is raised beyond what we issue. So by the awarding institution. So the awarding institution will recognize, will accumulate, will facilitate the transfer from the original institution. I will validate and will facilitate, redeem, and award the degree. Now, the question for us to quality enhancement is, what is that which is preventing a student who has sought admission in our education institution, but is not preferring to get the award of degree, diploma, certificate, etc. from us as an awarding institution based on the academic credits he has earned and accumulated in the academic bank of account. This is a self-check point which an education institution has to revisit time. So the sustenance of support services, the how effectively we do a pre-admission counseling is different. How effectively we sustain the students in the academic transaction has to be highlighted when you want to have your learners who have access to the program of study to be declared successfully completed by your own institution. So the student sign up is also there. They have to register by logging into this abc.gov.in, and a complete user manual with step-by-step instruction can also be seen under the resource session. I just took the printout screen or print screenshot for your for seeing also. It will be coming in another few slides. So the validity of the credit deposited is for 7 years or duration specified for a given discipline. Here is where we have to talk about the dropout management. In many a time when we talk about education institution, the 3-year period, the 2-year period, or the 1-year part-time, whatever it is, the maximum duration is defined based on the entry criteria, entry eligibility, or the maximum possible time of stay of a student in an institution is defined, that is almost always equal to the minimum prescribed period for the duration as per UGC. So, seeing this, now the institution has to give a flexibility. You have to have a minimum period of study and a maximum period of study. In the sense, suppose a 3-year period, a person is unwilling or unable to complete, whether the institution can extend the period of study for some more time so that the access to the program of study can lead to successful completion for a learner who has enrolled. So this aspect has to be revisited when you are talking about the credits deposited in the ABC platform and its validity for 7 years, whereas none of the degree program is going to be 7 years. So how you are going to give the academic transaction? Can you see, always we have, I should say, lacuna in that if very elderly students come to the newcomers from the school, etc., there is possibility of ganging, and then their moral values will be degraded, etc. So we never, even in the hostel, there is separation. So, but with this validity of 7 years, how we are going to make a dropout management in each of the discipline, in each in our own institution, education institution. So the details of how an academic institution can register under NAD in DigiLocker is available in this website. And the website, it starts with this screen, and then it also gives you 4 steps. So sign up via the DigiLocker is the first step an academic institution has to register under NAD. Even though the topic, you may be asking why we are linking it up. It's like, no, when you are talking about one item, a small awareness. This is, I'm not touching fully about NAD, will make us realize when we open an account for an institution. So our take-home message out of this is what next beyond the today's conference. That also matters. So for that, what matters beyond today's conference can be enlightened based on this slide. So you have to create your institution's NAD account using DigiLocker authentication service. It confirms the user authenticity. So here now, many a time we work on behalf of principal, the head of the institution, registrar, bursar. Now, who is going to authenticate everything which is being held? So this is where the quality enhancement, the quality sustenance, the quality aspects as total TQM itself comes into picture. And it all depends upon the person who handles. And many a time we would have heard our principal, our registrar talking, oh, this person is not there, let me not touch that work. Now, our take-home message is, can our principal or a registrar trust us for such authenticity of records? If not, what is our lack now? What is our strength? What is the weakness which is making the principal not to prefer us? And how we can use this opportunity. If you are really computer literate and you are very good in maintaining accounts, NAD will help you to have a good name in each of your education institution for ABC work. So what is the opportunity you are going to explore based on your diligence in work, based on your skill, and based on your integrity, and what is the threat you are going to have, especially in work-life balance, there will be definitely lacuna. So all this, you have to talk about it when you think about it as a take-home message. And DigiLocker account holder is the account owner. The account owner is the institution's authorized decision-making authority and point of contact for matters related to DigiLocker NAD. So even though we create a new email ID or some designated person has to be there to take care of this DigiLocker NAD activity for putting all academic awards in the ABC portal. So the creation of DigiLocker account is mandatory to operate NAD. So all these points, when you sign up a DigiLocker, can you be the first person who will be preferred by your institution? Is the personal question when we relate to the 4 pillars of education, one being accountability, that is integrity of an individual. The DigiLocker NAD, the login, when you get into it, it shows like that. And the next is your selection, select your institution. Almost if you are already an accredited institution, like if your participants are familiar with Swayam portal examination form, Swayam portal, it has small credits and world's largest massive online open course, and it's offered by Government of India. And the uniqueness is you need not pay fee at the time of enrollment. So once you say that you are wanting for FDP in Swayam portal, it will fill, once you tell the name where you are employed, it will fill in all the other details. Similar way, here also in the NAD, once you select the name of the institution, it will autofill the essential information like complete address, telephone number, website, URL. Only the phone numbers, I think you got to change. So there is option for modifying the auto-filled information also. Now, the multiple account creation is not permissible. So you cannot open one account for discipline wise, we cannot have how. So there should be some cooperation among deans, various discipline deans, when you are coming to NAD support and DigiLocker facility, uploading academic awards in the ABC portal. Now also a take-home message with the fourth pillar of accountability integrity. Many a time, especially an individual, may shine in their own department. Now, when the institution name has to be highlighted when it comes to the personal interest, will you be the person who will be preferred by many? So what is your strength which you have to develop? What is your weakness which you have to nullify by accepting other strength? And what is the opportunity at this stage? And what is the opportunity when it comes to your threats also? Mainly when we saw about 24/7, the main threat itself is the work-life balance. So how you are going to be supportive to our institution matters. So you see, when we are talking about some methodology, something should relate to our personal growth and our 4 pillars of NEP. Even though this is not related to ABC, but it's a fundamental. That's why I related to NAD also. So how you confirm the account owner details? Please enter the account owner's information. This person will represent the institution as nodal officer and will be the point of contact for DigiLocker NED related issues. So the account owner should be someone in a position of authority within the institution. So how you are going to build a team? Is there, when there is so much interrelation between one institution to the other in terms of credit accumulation, transfer, recognition, redemption, will there be movement of people also from one institution to the other? Will there be headhunting? All these issues will come up if you are really shining in this job. And then accept the terms and conditions to complete the registration. Please read the terms, that is and condition, and click I agree. And to complete the registration process, there will be a welcome email, and the details provided will be verified by NAD and UGC team. So once it is successfully verified, the account will gets approved, followed by an email to the account owner. And so that once this approval comes, then only we can publish the academic data, the academic awards data in the DigiLocker. And this is how it looks like. So register, prepare, upload, select templates, and then publish. And I'll be touching about slightly about this, because ABC without education institutioning uploading the academic awards, we won't be successful. So we need to touch about this issue also. So first you have to register. Once you register the academic institution on NAD through the Mary Pachan, it is through that link, and you prepare and upload. The data can be commas separated values. That is, even in the mobile you can enter. There is no specific tab usage or space bar usage. Put a comma, it automatically gets into a tabular form, and you have to upload it in the zip format. So in that means they are defining two things by these two structures. One is there is no need of any structural or prerequisite for you to get accustomed to the job. Anyone can type some words, put a comma, and then you can make it as a value file. And you cannot put part uploading when it comes to a particular academic awards of the disciplines on offer at an institution. So it is once you open a zip format, it should be for one particular academic year or a semester, as the case may be. So they select the templates. There are a variety of standard templates available. So based on that, we can move ahead of which is comfortable to us. Ultimately, all templates will lead to the same format when it comes to depicting the credit accumulated for the learners and how to redeem it and how to transfer it and how to recognize. So all these steps can be facilitated irrespective of how you enter the value or choose the standard templates available. And after that, the publishing the awards on the DigiLocker for student access. That is the last step. So the valid awards, the secureness, transparency, and the authentication on NAD are the benefits which we expect to come. Only when we work on it, we will be able to relate to it. So the valid records are the digital awards are legally valid under IT Act 2000. So, and why it is secure? Because secure issuance of digital awards in DigiLocker. And why transparency? Anybody can say what they have accumulated, and any institution can facilitate transfer. Any institution can facilitate recognition and redemption for award of a degree. So it is efficient, effective, and transparent administration. And authentication by NAD, that is all academic award verification, needs to be addressed by NAD. So there are some resources also in this, how to guidelines for preparing mark sheet, and then sample for transcripts, a certificate sample, all that is there. And there is a short code for this comma separated value sample also. So what all you can do, and all the things can be downloaded and used. And there is option to share also by WhatsApp to somebody. So far we have been talking about ABC. Now we are just going to touch about and how it is going to relate to quality enhancement. So just a recap of what we have learned, what we have listening to the NEP 2020 and then its importance when it comes to academic bank of credit, first mentioned in section 11, and then the role of student in opening an account in ABC, and also the role of an institution in NAD DigiLocker to upload the academic awards, and how the activity both, that is the student and the education institution, can facilitate credit accumulation, redemption, the transfer, and also the authentication process at the end. So when it comes to quality, it is how good or bad. That is the simplest definition. So how good or bad is your work going to be on ABC, or how good or bad the preference of a learner when it comes to choosing that 50%. See, if you are not going to have 50% of your courses available for a student, you are not going to have that learner under the successfully completed learners. So how good or bad is your discipline, your student sustenance activity, your academic transaction, and also the follow-up of the learners, especially when it comes to non-payment of fee or withdrawal to another institution, and or sustaining. Not always threats work. So how we are going to go beyond the soft skills when it comes to facilitating ABC is a concern. See, the quality also refers to the set of inherent properties of an object that allows satisfying stated or implied needs. So satisfied stated or implied needs in an education institution will, in case of ABC, will help you to have the student at access point and also at the successful completed point. Or else they will be migrating to another education institution. And the quality is also the degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfills the requirement. So how best we are fulfilling when it comes to the credit recognition, the credit accumulation, the perfect uploading of the academic records now and then without any mistake, all matters when it comes to quality when you are viewing it in terms of ABC for an institution. So the definition by ISO will help us to understand better when it comes to education as an entity, because the quality is the totality of characteristic of an entity that bear on its ability to satisfy stated and implied needs. So here an entity, it can be an education services or the product or a system. So we are talking about education as a service industry. So how its ability to satisfy the stated and implied needs, as I already shared. To recap once again, you are an institution, you have done the pre-admission counseling, taken some student, and they are with the institution, and how they can be sustained till the completion of the program of study in the same institution. And if at all they are moving out, how we are going to recognize their credit transfer, the credit redemption, and the credit recognition for award of degree. So what is the meaning of quality when it comes to education? It's the entity and the totality of the characteristic of education has to be viewed and applied when it comes to quality. So what are the various characteristics we'll be touching in our education? Is the pre-admission counseling, the admission as a process, the adaptability to new normal situation, especially after our pandemic, which has become virtual situations have become a new normal situation, and the totality of the characteristics of consistency of usage of terminology, that is nomenclature in the syllabi for programs, that is disciplines and courses, subjects. Actually, in page 9 of the document, it says the course means one of the specified units which go to comprise a specified program of study. So it has also defined, it is not specified as credit. So even 2-3 units can become a course and the student can accumulate credit based on that. So how we are going to use the terminology? So with the CBCS already in vogue, or is our education institution aligned with the CBS terminology, or we are defining it in a different way to understand, to show it as a uniqueness? Then how others are recognizing our uniqueness matters a concern when you use the consistency of the terminology used, and also the consistency of the value of courses in terms of credit, and also the self-instructional material or the study material or the lecture material in digital library or as e-resources which you are having. Is it really available only for your learners, or you don't mind it sharing with others? And how effective the terminology of the course is related, and across what levels you can relate to for the specific material. For example, when we are a teacher, we know, even though we know so many things, we know what to relate to certificate, what to relate to a diploma holder, what to relate to a degree learner. But how, when you are how we are going to depict it in the study material which you are going to upload, and what are the tools of continuous assessment or the components of the external assessment? The totality of such characteristics also will affect the quality relating to your ABC. And also the conduct of examination, how frequent you conduct it. Is there supplementary examination? Is there early declaration of result? Is there re-evaluation possible? So in each step, once you upload the academic awards, you are supposed to answer all this when it comes to reflecting the awards in the NAD DigiLocker portal. So the dropout from one institution maybe added enrollment for another institution. So you cannot say that after 3 years, the student is just because the as a parent institution where the student has joined, sought admission, that you cannot say that the student has not completed, so he's a dropout. No, he or she would have gone to another institution, fetched some degree, put it in the ABC, and have been successfully declared as completed by an institution from where he or she has secured 50% of the total credit. So the dropout concept, you have to view it in a different angle, and also the declaration of result and certification, and entry in NAAD that bear it's on its ability to satisfy the stated education aspiration and the implied need like increased economic return and also increased GER. So if suppose you are if you are an institution which is concentrating only on pre-admission counseling, and so your enrollment and the initial process may be very high. But if we are failing to look at the sustained support services to retain the learner, the outcome of the successfully completed learner credit will go to some other institution. So as a result of this ABC, and also its commitment to upload the academic award, the institution is put in a, I should say, in a live shark aquarium to assess itself so that it doesn't lose its credibility and also sustain the support services. Actually, when it comes to a situation of an education institution, you can relate to this example. Many a time when they are catching fish, to keep it alive, they put a live shark or a fish-eating fish inside the fish, which has been caught, so that it will keep chasing and it will be alive. So it's going to be a musical chair experience of who is going to give the best, and from the angle of the learner without compromising the quality. That is a challenge which you have to have. And two concepts we are always familiar when it comes to quality is the quality assurance and quality control. The quality assurance is all the planned and systemic activity implemented within the organization for quality management to provide adequate confidence that a product or a service will satisfy given requirements for quality. So quality assurance is to avoid faults, and the quality control is to rectify faults. So it is all those operational techniques that are used to fulfill the requirements for quality. So the assurance is to avoid faults. The quality control is to remove fault. And these two, that is quality assurance and quality control, is what we called as TQM, total quality management. The NEP document has introduced one more terminology called as quality sustenance. So how we will be relating it, this quality assurance and quality control can lead to quality sustenance. So as a quality assurance, easy way to remember is assurance, avoid fault, is how you are going to avoid fault when it comes to credit accumulation, credit recognition, credit transfer, credit redemption, and ABC platform related activities. How you are going to facilitate. All that will determine your quality assurance. So it is to avoid fault. And how you will rectify fault. So every time, you see, it reflects on the institution even when there is a reevaluation or a improvement result comes, always we get a comment from either from the principal or from the head of the department telling, oh, you would have been a little more careful, see it went to the third party and they have secured more. So whether we are blueprint for the answers, the questions are there or followed, all that will determine how we are rectifying the fault. So when it comes to rectifying fault for quality control, it's again how you are going to rectify the fault made in credit accumulation. Instead of telling that so-and-so has accumulated 10 credit, or if you have by mistake you have told 8 credits or worse 15 credits, then how you are going to justify and how you are going to recognize, because the terminology is not acceptable for you. Just because the course title is different, do you delay as an institution to recognize the credits which has been posted for recognition by another institution studied by the learner? And how we are going to facilitate the credit transfer for award of degree and diploma based on the credit earned by the learner in the ABC portal, and also how you are going to rectify any mistake made in redemption. Or instead of taking it for a certificate, you would have taken for a diploma or for a degree, then how you are going to rectify it. So all this involves that you have to be more diligent in the work. So the quality assurance is mainly an in-house work, whereas once a fault is highlighted, that is removal of fault, it involves the next higher authority to sort the issue. So I was talking about quality sustenance. Quality sustenance is a terminology which they say the quality control activity should be minimum or zero. So the quality assurance, that is avoiding the fault. If everything is going on, nobody is going to question. If there is a fault and you have to remove it, then the higher authority will be questioned, and the stake of the institution in the ABC platform, the DigiLocker, NAD, all that it will be highlighted. Because the problem of the digital record is that too in a public platform, that too government owned, is that you cannot erase the previous record. And so it has to be justification, and then the steps for rectification has to be followed. So more than quality assurance, that is avoiding fault, quality sustenance is important to ensure your stand when you are uploading the academic awards in the ABC platform. So what is the expected quality? The enhancement is mainly through integration of various institutions. So it is not just I is going to become we, and there's going to be network among institutions, so that one's credit is recognized by other and redeemed. It may be redeemed by some other institution, third institution, to award of degree. So the manifestation of individual interest of the learner has to be fulfilled, and how the need of the learner is fulfilled is also a matter of concern when we talk about expected quality enhancement. So quality always depends upon a diligent human resource. Friends, actually so far we have been, because this topic is new, and I know because already NEP is there for 2 years, and this from 2021 to 22, they have made it mandatory for NAD, DigiLocker, a manifestation of academic awards for education institution. We will be familiar, but still, what is the highlight of ABC is academic bank of credit to be opened by the learner, to be the academic awards to be uploaded by the education institution. So that we cannot say that the ABC will work without education institution. No. So wherever an institution is there, the human resource plays an important role. And so teaching faculty, the administrative support, the consultancy, the mentoring person, all matters a lot. And the task is only credit of ABC is credit accumulation, redemption. The accumulated has to be recognized, and it has to be, the credit has to be transferred, so that the redeemed credits can be culminated in award of a degree or diploma or a certificate. And quality, we have to sustain the quality, because even by avoiding the faults, that is the quality assurance. And we should not try to make a mistake and rectify the fault as in quality control. So the human activity or their fatigue, all we have to give importance when it comes to having a quality output when it comes for an institution in the NAD DigiLocker platform. So far we have been talking about this. Now, always in any seminar or conference or interaction, we should have some take-home message for us to implement beyond the seminar. So this is what I will say about this based off NEP. See, you would have heard about so many things of NEP. It's already 2 years old. So what next? You need to have a professional development program, a certificate, at least it's free of cost under the Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching by IGNOU in the Swayam portal. So this concept I just want to say, and I have given the website also, the link to get in. So it is IGNOU-NEP -PDP program. So when you get into it, it just gives a, there are many PDP programs you would have gone through, professional development program, FDP, etc. But the question is, do you have this? That is a question which you have to decide. When it's free of cost and the university is, the government is sponsoring it, why can't we have it? So definitely when it comes to education, we always talk about it. If you want to make somebody a crorepati, many people can give some lakhs, make it. But when it comes to education, only we have to earn what we have to manifest as being earned or conferred on us. So it is better that you enroll for this program. And it talks about the professional development program and how it is going to be used. So these pages will take you to the course and the modules. There are 4 modules: the foundation, the structure, access, equity, and then the curriculum, teaching, learning, and assessment, the technology, internationalization, research and regulations, the changing role of faculty and governance and leadership. Here only this ABC is touched upon. So, and then it also talks about the outcomes, the learning outcomes of the NEP PDP program. And we have videos also. And if you want to know how to get into, after completion, this is a 6-day program, you get a certificate also under Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Training. And friends, one more thing which I want to talk about it. Whenever you are talking about any FDP or continuing education, just see whether that is under this Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching, because that is the only valid being accepted after NEP 2020 implementation. And then if you want to register, we have got the videos which are can be available in English, Tamil, Hindi, and Malayalam also. And you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, IGNOU Regional Center Cochin. Under playlist, we have got NEP PDP. The red color is the link for enrolling. So with this, I just want to sum up and wind up the session also. So we talked about the basics of NEP. It's going to come, it has already been implemented 2020. And then it talks about the accountability or integrity of an individual also, so that when it comes to highlight of access, equity, and the implementation, who is hindering it, that matters. And provision of ABC in NEP, that also we saw that it is in the section 11.9. And the existence of NAD from 2017, NEP is from 2020. And the academic bank of credit, it has, the student has to open an account, the academic institution has to upload the awards, and the procedure for academic institution to register under NAD also was touched upon in the DigiLocker one separate entity, a student as, an official has to be, as a nodal officer has to be nominated. And the meaning of quality during facilitation of ABC, how you are going to transfer, how an institution is going to recognize another institution's credit for a course, how it is going to redeem it, and how it is going to transfer to award of degree. Also, there is quality sustenance and is being highlighted. And we also saw about a brief about NEP PDP program under the Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teachers. So after listening, what next always comes to our mind. At that time, a life skill education is that take one day at a time and do not worry about tomorrow. And many a time even in our life, because it's a life skill education, I don't mind not only integrating with the ABC, but also with the implementation of NAD, DigiLocker, etc. But also in our life, when the path seems tough and challenging, many a time, even a dead corner will seem the end. But when you reach the end of the road, you will see new avenues. So also in life, whether it is in ABC implementation or getting into the portal of NAD to upload the academic records, all we are going to experience it. And please do not worry about tomorrow. Please take one day at a time. So with this, I thank once again the principal for giving the opportunity, the management of St. Aloysius College also for giving the opportunity to talk about ABC and quality enhancement. And now the session is open for any discussion, if anything.
The participants, if you have any doubt or questions, you can unmute and ask that right now.
There are no questions in the comment also. So anyone?
You can also put your questions in the comment box. If there are no questions or doubts, I think we can move on.
Yes. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
The feedback form is in the chat box. I request everybody to please fill the form. Thank you, Dr. Dorothy, for broadening our thoughts on the topic. Now, I'd like to invite Ms. Cecilia to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hi, I feel honored and privileged to get opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. I am also very much thankful to all IQC members and invited speakers. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape our conference. On behalf of IQC, I heartily thanks to our speakers of the day, Dr. Vijla Edwin Kennedy, Dr. Manpreet Kaur, and J.S. Dorothy. My sincere thanks to Dr. Chako Jospi for his help and support at various stages. I am very much thankful to all our IQC members, faculties who always stand up us and motivate us. I feel proud and thank you for making this event successful one. At the end, thanks to all of you for making this event successful. Thank you.
I request all the participants to just turn on their video so that we can have a group photo together. I request please everyone to turn on their videos. I request all the participants who are present to turn on their videos so that we can have the group photo very quickly. Thank you, everyone. So last but not least, let's move on to our valedictory session. So to begin with, I invite our respected principal, Dr. Chako Joseph, to carry out the valedictory address.
Thank you. The speaker of this session, Dr. J.S. Dorothy, other participants, and their delegates, friends. We are coming to the end of a two-day deliberations in which we were trying to interlink the new education policy and the drive for quality enhancement. We had very meaningful deliberations where we had sessions which highlighted the various aspects of NEP 2020 and how it can be linked to quality enhancement drives, especially through the NAAC. The IQAC of this college took all the pain and made all the arrangements for organizing this two-day webinar. Since we thought this is a drive which is trying to enhance the quality of higher education in India and trying to make it at par with the international universities, we thought we will seek the support of NAAC, and we got the support of NAAC in conducting this program. And we also got support from various resource persons. In fact, the last session we had was the resource person was Dr. J.S. Dorothy, who is the regional head of IGNU at Cochin. So on a personal note, we wanted a resource person. So it was through the Distance Education Council that identified Dr. Dorothy as a resource person. And though she is having very busy schedule, she agreed to have handle this session on academic bank of credit, which I think is going to be the game changer. If it is going to be implemented in the right manner, it's going to give unlimited autonomy to the students to use it in their favor. It's going to change the way we did our education. It's going to change the way in which higher education is being done in this country. And many of the papers that were presented in the conference also address the issue of how NEP 2020 and NAAC can go together in enhancing the quality of higher education and finally making India a higher educational hub. In fact, there are some arguments which say that India should become the Vishwaguru of higher education. We were at that position long back, but somehow we lost that position when we lost focus of our education system. Now we are trying to regain it, and I'm extremely happy that so many people from different parts of the country and even outside the country participated in this 2-day deliberations and made this a very rich experience for participants who participated and also presented papers. So I once again thank all those who supported this. I also thank the resource persons, the delegates, the paper presenters, and the technical staff, and also congratulate the team of IQAC, especially its coordinator, Dr. Libison, and his team for taking all the pains to organize this program. I hope this community will go forward. We will be taking care of publication of the presented papers in the form of an abstract of the proceeding of the conference. So once again, I thank everyone who supported this 2-day deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Nana Joy and team for the presentation of conference reports.
Report of NAAC-sponsored 2-day virtual national conference. Respected dignitaries and participants of 2-day virtual national conference, good evening all. Let's start with an overview of St. Aloysius College, which was blessed with St. Kuriakose Elias Chavara's footprint. The St. Aloysius College began on 1st June 1968 with a vision and mission of St. Kuriakose Elias Chavara to mold intellectually competent, morally upright, socially committed, and spiritually inspired individuals. St. Aloysius College, Thrissur, is an institution of higher learning affiliated to University of Calicut. It is run by fathers who belong to the congregation of Carmelite of Mary Immaculate, CMI. I am Nana Joy from Postgraduate Department of Commerce, presenting here the brief report of the NAAC-sponsored 2-day virtual national conference on quality enhancement of institutions of higher learning, the transformational role of NEP 2020, conducted by IQAC, St. Aloysius College, Elthurut, on 28th and 29th November 2022. We have 352 registrations from different parts of India and abroad. We have registrations from Colombia, Nigeria, Myanmar, and so on. We were lucky enough to get 24 paper contributions from around India. The entire program consists of an introductory session, 2 technical sessions, and 1 paper presentation session on the first day. And on the second day, we had 3 technical sessions and a valedictory session. The conference began at 10 a.m. Our dear principal, Dr. Chako Jose P, officially welcomed all dignitaries and participants to the conference. The conference was officially inaugurated by our chief guest, Professor Dr. Sabu Thomas, Vice Chancellor, MG University, and he also addressed the gathering. The session was presided over by our manager, Father Thomas Chakramakil, CMI. Father Arun Jose K, CMI, Barsar, St. Aloysius College, Elthurut. Dr. Betsy Paul C, HOD, Research and PG, Department of English, felicitated the session. The official inauguration ceremony ended up with a vote of thanks given by Dr. Libison KB, IQAC coordinator. The first technical session of NAAC-sponsored 2-day virtual conference on quality enhancement of institutions of higher learning, transformational role of NEP 2020, conducted from 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. on the first day of conference. The session was handled by Dr. Leena Govind Gahane, Deputy Advisor, NAAC, Bangalore, India, on the topic NAAC revised assessment and accreditation framework and its relevance in the context of NEP 2020. She explained each and every concept that related to NEP implementation. She covered the areas like Indian context of NEP 2020, quality aspects of NEP 2020, and how the various criteria of NAAC applied for the implementation of NEP 2020. She said that education should be liberalized by everyone and credit rating, which helps to liberalize our education system. The second technical session started at 1:30 p.m. and lasted for 1 hour. The session was handled by Professor Dr. Amit Gauds, Head, Department of Education, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Punjab, on the topic Holistic and Multidisciplinary Education in Enhancing Quality of Teaching and Learning in Higher Education Institutions. He astonishingly presented the teaching learning evaluation system implemented through NEP 2020 and also discussed deeply on holistic and multidisciplinary approaches in higher education. He explained the importance of learning while educating students. As an educator, quality means learning. He expressed his point of view on the holistic development of educators in the light of NEP 2020. Paper presentation session started at 3 p.m. on the first day of the conference. These were carried through 2 tracks. Track A consists of 12 paper contributions, and it was chaired by Professor Vishwanatha Yammar, Assistant Professor, Center for Management Studies, Presidency College of Bangalore. Under the session, 11 papers were presented. We had 9 presentations from outside Kerala. Professor Vishwanatha Yammar supported paper presenters with valuable suggestions. It was highly informative and inspiring to the paper presenters. Track B was chaired by Dr. Lishing MJ, Associate Professor, SEMS Cochin School of Business. In this session also, we had 12 paper contributions, and out of this, 11 papers were presented. Dr. Lishing gave valuable suggestions and shared her concept on the topic presented. The second day of NAAC-sponsored 2-day virtual national conference started at 10 a.m. with the technical session 3 on liberal arts education, quality enhancement, handled by Dr. Vijila Edwin Kennedy, Principal, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Being the founding principal, she brings a blend of scholarship, professionalism, administrative competence, and integrity. She emphasized the importance of liberal arts education and how it can be used to solve real-life problems. She explained how we can think intellectually and make decisions in critical situations. She also shared her experience as a founding principal of Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science. She explained how she entered the field of liberal arts education. After the session, we had a Q&A session. Students and teachers from various colleges asked their queries and answered all the same with a lot of enthusiasm. The technical session 4 of the NAAC-sponsored 2-day virtual national conference handled by Dr. Manpreet Gaur, Assistant Professor, Sri Aurobindo College of Commerce and Management, Ludhiana, Punjab. The session started at 11:30 a.m. with a technical session, Outcome-Based Education. She has been awarded the Best PhD Thesis Award in the discipline of management by Indian Society for Training and Development, and also has written books on GST for various universities. She explained about the outcome-based education, that the students are only assessed by the objective of courses, programs, etc., rather than gradings. To ensure active participation, she gave some activities for the same. The session also had a Q&A to clear the queries of participants. The technical session 5 of NAAC sponsored 2-day national conference handled by Dr. J.S. Dorothy, Senior Regional Director, IGNU Regional Center, Kallur, Cochin. The session started at 1:30 p.m. on the topic Academic Bank of Credits and Quality Enhancement. She explained the concept Academic Bank of Credit ABC is a virtual or digital storehouse that contains the information of the credits earned by the individual students throughout their learning journey. She deeply discussed the implications of the ABC in the higher education system and its importance in the context of NEP 2020. With the blessings of God Almighty, all the sessions were timely completed. The sessions were highly informative and active interaction was ensured. Each session ended with a Q&A to clarify the concepts and doubts of the participants. The conference was hosted through Zoom platform and YouTube live streaming. Participants showed their keen interest to take part in this sort of conference in the coming years also. With this, I'm winding up the report of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana Miss. Now we'd like to hear feedbacks from the participants. Participants would like to convey their feedbacks can unmute and speak. Miss Preeti, can you speak? Can you unmute the mic and speak?
Ma, can I get a feedback again because to do my connections I can find it.
Sorry?
Ma, can you send a feedback again to do my internet connection? I can find feedback link.
Yes, sure. We'll send the feedback form again.
Is there anything else?
If there are no feedbacks, I think we can move on. Or
Hi. Regarding
hello?
the feedback,
I'd like to share.
Okay. Share it, please. Then I'll come back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
it's
please.
okay. No, it's okay. Dr. Loganathan, you can continue.
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to thank the team from St. Aloysius College for conducting this wonderful webinar. It is very useful for everyone. I feel, it's hard to reach out the people nowadays because of constrained schedules and it is quite important to engage with this kind of experts, and we'd like to know what is happening around, and most of us are not aware of what is going on. So and what kind of policies we are adapting, it's quite important to enhance our role in terms of education, and as well as some extracurriculars in terms, if you are saying about something like you want to engage in some MOUs or what kind of collaborative works, you need something, you need some policies, and that has to be, if it is not properly considered, and it is not addressed in a particular way, then it won't be a fruitful way to do it. So I suggest this kind of webinars can give more insights, and this would be very helpful for our upcoming generation. I feel very happy to be a part of this, and I congratulate all the team members and audience, and I expect the team to continue this work, and I appreciate all your teamwork. Thank you, and present here.
Thank you, sir, for that feedback. Dr. Mukesh, can you please unmute?
Yeah. I think good evening to everyone. This is an opportunity. I'm being a part of a feedback. This is one of the challenge for everyone. What we need to share and what we need to talk with everyone. The thing is that we all are learners, and we learn a lot. Either it's outcome-based education, either it's NEP. Whatever we talk during the last 2 days, including today, we learn a lot from our seniors, and we have to continue learn a lot of things in the future as well, because these kind of education policies impact us, and these kind of impact, if we are not going to be learn it, that will otherwise create a problem for everyone, because this is the structure of the education. If we know the structure of the education, we can move forward. So we learn a lot from, I just want to name our very, especially thanks to the Professor Amit, and also the Professor Manpreet, and especially thanks to the one of the senior director, Troti ma'am. He explained all things. No one stopping anywhere to learn the things. And especially I got a link from the ma'am that is for, you can say, personal development, or you can say a professional development program for implementing NEPs. This is a great opportunity to all. I request to all, I think we have to participate into these kind of personal development programs, especially part of a NAAC, and they are giving an opportunity to learn a lot. And this program, especially they arrange lectures from the various locations, especially not only one location, scattered throughout India, or they'll choose particularly persons, they devoted their times. Thanks to all. Thanks a lot. Wonderful job. Thanks a lot. And best wishes to all the team, though they have a part of that. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for that very thoughtful feedback. We've come to the end of our today's national conference. Now, at last, I'd like to invite Dr. Adita Keuni for the final vote of thanks.
A warm and cherished afternoon to our most valued invited speakers, Principal Dr. Chako Jospi, Dr. Lipson KB, IQAC Coordinator, and all the participants. We are moving to the end of NAAC-sponsored 2-day virtual conference on quality enhancement of institutions of higher learning transformational role of NEP 2020. This type of conference cannot happen overnight. The wheels start moving about few weeks ago. It requires planning and bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate to be supported by a team of very active and dedicated teachers of our organization who are well versed in their jobs. I lack words for their participation and their willingness to complete tasks beyond their comfort zones. A really heartfelt word of thanks to our Honorable Principal, Dr. Chako Jospi, being the catalyst that inspired us to do our best and stand as a pillar of power. With deep sense of appreciation, we thank you, sir. Next, I extend my gratitude to Dr. Livson KB, IQAC coordinator, whose elegance of thoughts, hard work, and interpretation of everything blooms in the fruitful completion of this conference. I need to mention my deep sense of appreciation for you, sir. My sincere thanks to Dr. Sabu Thomas, Honorable Vice Chancellor, MG University, for inaugurating our conference. Our sincere thanks to the invited speakers, Dr. Leena Ghana, Deputy Advisor, NAAC Bangalore, Dr. Amit Kaut, Head, Department of Education, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Dr. Vijala Edwin, Principal, Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Dr. Manpreet Kaur, Assistant Professor, Sri Aurobindo College of Commerce and Management, Punjab, Dr. J.S. Dorothy, Senior Regional Director, IGNOR Regional Center, Kochi. Our heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers for adoring the occasion. I acknowledge all the paper presentees and the participants of this conference. I want to thank the teachers who delivered welcome speech and word of thanks for various sessions. My gratitude to Dr. Karthigao Nitan, Hannah P. and Anna Jyoti James for anchoring the event. My sincere thanks to Almighty God for making today's event a grand success. By His blessings and grace, we are able to make the event what it was. Thank you once again, all the IQAC members who worked behind the scene to execute this event in a successful way. Hence, we have proved that a strong teamwork will bear most fruitful fruits in our college. We have to mention one more thing. IQAC on St. Aloysius College, Elturit, on behalf of Centavra Center for Teaching Excellence and Innovation, we organize faculty development program every month to all the young faculty members, including the faculties from the self-financing stream. So we invite you all for attending the FTPs in our college. So thank you once again, all. Thank you.
Once again, I request everybody to just turn on your videos so that we can have a final photograph together. Kindly turn on your videos.
So thank you so much for all participants for being part of this conference. On behalf of St. Aloysius College, once again, thank you all. Thanks a ton. All the participant certificates and certificates for presenters will be soon sent to your respected email IDs. They will be in touch with you. Thank you so much for your valuable time. So we will officially end this conference here. Have a great day.